Rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Fire evacuation out the back door and then down the stairs and out through the back. And please, if there is any issues, walk away as far away from the building as you can. Whenever the secretary is ready for a roll call, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Louis Fiore.
Here.
Virginia Higley.
Here.
Linda DeGray.
Here.
Francis Alimo.
Here.
Iran Majmudar.
Here.
Kenneth Helinski.
Here.
Vinnie Gorillo. Absent. Christian D'Antonio.
Here.
Nicholas Lefakis. Absent. And John Petronella is here.
Thank you. Let the record show that all 7 regular members are here and 1 alternate, Chris D'Antonio. Make a motion to approve the minutes of Thursday, March 9th.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner DeGray, seconded by Commissioner Higley. There has been an amendment, correction that has been noted on the March 23rd minutes. That basically, there was 2 things that were mentioned back then. One was we had Commissioner Higley mentioned twice on the first and second. That would be a hard thing to do, Ginny. Mm-hmm. And it was found that it was Commissioner DeGray that was seconded that. So on page 3, 2/3 of the way down, well, I'll read it. Motion to close the public hearing made by Commissioner Higley. Should be mentioned it was seconded by Commissioner DeGray.
Yep.
Also, it was found that on page 4, 2/3 of the way down, there was a mistypo there. That should read public hearing, blah, blah, blah. Ms. Witten provided clarification about market value housing. A book map or a map book will be provided for review. So based on what Member DeGray found, I'll entertain a motion to accept the minutes as amended.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Majmudar, seconded by Commissioner Higley to accept those minutes as amended, as I just mentioned. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Abstain.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Helinski. Commissioner Helinski. So let the record show that we had 7 accept and Mr. Helinski abstained. Motion to accept the minutes, the regular meeting of, it should be regular meeting of Thursday, March 23rd.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner DeGray, seconded by Commissioner Helinski to accept the minutes of the regular meeting on March 23rd. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The record showed it was unanimous to accept the minutes of that meeting. Thank you, everyone. No update on the town attorney report. I'm sure we're going to get one the next meeting. I noticed some updates coming. Seeing that, at this point in the meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission welcomes comments, concerns, and opinions related to planning and zoning in Enfield from anyone who is present, provided that no one may discuss any matter of business at this time that is already also on the agenda, any matter that is part of an open public hearing of the Commission, or any matter where a decision of the Commission may be pending, which includes any pending legal activities. Is there anyone who would like to speak in front of the Commission? Anyone like to speak in front of the Commission? Seeing none, we'll close public communication. Let the record show, please, that Commissioner Lefakis entered the meeting at 6:05. Thank you. Now I'm going to entertain a motion to take item 7, old public hearings, off the table, please.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner DeGray, seconded by Commissioner Helinski to take draft plan of conservation development on the old public hearings off the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The record showed it was unanimous. So here we are here tonight to discuss the recommendations and changes that many residents brought before us about the plan of conservation development. As we said before, we have to have someone drive the bus. So as your chairman, I'm going to drive the bus. We're going to go chapter by chapter. Please, I've done my best to cross-reference everything I thought was pretty pertinent from all the items we heard from the residents and from counselors and even from staff. Lori is also going to augment me as we go along from her document that staff was nice enough to put together because I wasn't able to cross-reference that. We are going to discuss each chapter, and we are going to have a roll call vote to either accept or reject. Sorry, I also should mention that Don Poland's here tonight remotely to join us if we have any questions for him. Hi, Don. Sorry, I forgot you were remote.
No problem. Good evening.
So we will be having a roll call vote for each chapter. Unfortunately, the alternates, you guys can't vote. Certainly, you can participate in all discussions, and your opinions do matter, but you physically can't vote on this. And we need 5 of us to be able to accept each chapter, and then finally 5 of us, hopefully, to accept the document at the end. All right? So I'm going to skip over most of the planning strategy summaries, although I will mention the page because we are getting scribed as we talk tonight. So we will be doing that. So I'm going to be jumping over to the chapters that I have for cross-reference. And basically, to be honest with you, so if you're going to follow chapter 1, we will jump back to that when we have something. Did anyone have anything in chapter 1 that they felt they needed to discuss? Chapter 1 is really just 2 pages, so I'm just saying that, okay? I'm looking around. Yeah, Commissioner D'Antonio.
Mr. Chairman, about the, just the summary, since that is just a summarized
Yeah.
list of all the bullets later
Yep.
on, we'll come back to that at the end, because I noticed there were some discrepancies.
Yep.
But I think that makes sense to address
Yep.
at the very end.
I think we're going to get 90% of them as we go along.
Yeah.
Because I have the page numbers and the bullets for that.
Yeah, so any changes we make.
If we miss anything.
tonight, we'll come back.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. You follow that. If you think we've missed something, just get back to us.
Sounds good.
Because I am going to ask your help. If you guys want to stop at a chapter or something I missed, please don't hesitate to get my attention. All right? That sound fair to everybody?
Yep.
Karan?
Yeah, I think I would also like to have the input from the
Yep.
staff for each chapter.
Lori's going to follow along with us, and she's going to do that for each chapter, yes. Okay?
So, do we have a motion to go over chapter 1 yet?
No, I just want to make
Okay.
sure everyone's okay with chapter 1. Page 14. Page 14. All right? Okay. Mr. Secretary?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Chapter 1, Introduction of the Plan of Conservation and Development as written.
There's a motion made by the Secretary to approve the Chapter 1. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by the Secretary, Secretary Petronella, seconded by Commissioner Helinski. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote on Chapter 1, please.
Yes. Lou Fiore,
Yes.
Virginia Higley,
Approved.
Linda DeGray,
Yes.
Francis Alamo,
Yes.
Kiran Majmudar,
Yes.
Kenneth Helinski,
Yes.
and John Petronella is yes.
Thank you. Let the record show it was unanimous to approve Chapter 1. So now we're going to move on to Chapter 2 on page 16. I had one item I think that we probably should mention. Again, I believe it should be removed, but I certainly will go along however everyone feels. On page 16, if you go down to demographics, economics, and housing paragraph, the very last sentence above the table, where basically the plan says Enfield's demographic stagnation is ultimately tied to the stagnant job growth of Connecticut and Hartford region. I kind of find that a little pessimistic today because I don't think there's any stagnation in the job growth in Connecticut and Hartford region right now. So, I don't want to, I'm much more comfortable, more optimistic POCD than one that paints not a negative light, but a downward light. So I would like to recommend that particular sentence be stricken from the POCD. That's just my personal opinion. Certainly I'm not tied to it. Does anyone have any agita for either way on that statement?
Just a question. Do we have any statistic or data?
Yes, table 1.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
This is like older.
this was older,
Yeah.
this was put in before, things, this was probably put in during COVID,
Yeah.
to be quite frank with you, so.
We don't know what it is today.
Well, pretty now, I mean, people, most manufacturers and most businesses are having a hard time finding people, so
Right, yeah.
I don't think there's stagnant job
Yeah,
growth.
the whole table kind of is
Yeah.
old.
Yeah, the whole table's kind of old.
Yeah.
Or it's, pre-COVID or right in the middle of COVID.
Right. But nice to have an update, but that's okay.
Yep.
One thing I think we need,
But can
I
we-
think we need a footnote
Yep.
on table 1, is that we lost about 3,000 in our population with the closure of the 3 prisons and early release program. Tomorrow, the last Enfield prison closes. So I think that needs to be reflected, because I don't think people understand why we're showing decreases. But in the last 10 years, we've closed 3 prisons, and those prisoners were counted in our population.
Yeah, not this time with the census, they were
No,
not.
not with this one, but
Right.
2010.
10. When we get there,
So
when we
I'd
get,
like
yep.
that, some kind of footnote
Yep.
in that
Let's-
table.
Well, then, not in this time. I think there's a better table to put that in, but hold that note as we go forward. So let's get back to, I don't want to be jumping all over the place. I make a suggestion that that statement be removed from this page. Does anyone want to keep that statement?
I need a second.
Yes.
Okay, second.
So there's a motion made by Chairman Fiore to remove that one sentence on page 16. Is there any discussion? There's been a motion made by Chairman Fiore, seconded by Vice Chairman Higley. Seeing none? Yes.
I just want to make sure we keep the table 1.
Yeah, we're not touching the table.
Thank you.
I just believe that statement should be removed,
Yes.
okay? Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Mr. Secretary,
Do you want
Well, no, we
to
don't
just do a hand vote
yeah, I think we're
for
doing hand count. We're
these?
doing,
Yeah.
all those in favor of removing that sentence? The record show it was unanimous to remove that sentence. Is there anything else on Chapter 2? I don't want to lose Commissioner DeGracio. I just don't think this is the chapter where that should be put in. I think we're going to find a better spot moving forward. Is there anything else?
Yes, I do.
Yes, Commissioner Majumdar.
Page 19, table 3.
Okay?
The numbers in table 3, right-hand column, may have been revised, but in case they're not, the comma in the numbers needs to be at different location.
Good catch. 14,000. Or 145,000.
I've lost you there.
Table 3,
Page 19,
Table 3.
table 3, the right-hand side column,
Oh, yeah, that's the wrong number. Good catch. There, right.
should be 145.
Above it as
This
well.
isn't cumulative.
it should be 1,516,000 something.
Yeah.
Comma's in the wrong spot.
Oh, okay.
Comma is,
Yeah,
And the 2 numbers above it have an extra digit.
same thing.
Yeah. All 3 of those are incorrect. Okay? Yeah, I'll get to you. I'll get to you, Linda.
No.
You got that, Lori? I'm not sure what the right number's supposed to be, but,
Okay.
The comma's just in the wrong place.
Yeah, the comment's in the wrong place for the
Okay.
first 2.
That's it.
3.
Yeah.
How about the
And
2
the
numbers
third.
above it?
Rather.
is that supposed to be 1,516,629?
Wrong place.
Yeah, so all the commas on those first 3 tables have to be changed.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor of changing, this is an easy one because it has to be, this is an error, but we're going to take a vote anyways. All those in favor of having staff or Don change those 3 figures on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I want to do this so we're all in the same boat here.
Mr.
So it's
Chair?
unanimous that those 3 figures need to be
Who made
changed.
the motion? Who seconded that?
I think it was just.
I made the motion. Linda made the motion on that, seconded by Commissioner Limo.
I thought Karan started it.
Karam started it.
So Karan did. I'm sorry. Motion made by Karan. Yes. Okay. All right? Lindy has something else on this section.
Yes, there's a discrepancy on the table numbers of total housing units, so I need to we need to make sure we either choose the 18,843 thousand or the 17,639 number of total housing units. On page 48, we
Yeah.
have 18,843, and on page,
19.
on this page, and there's also another place that it shows up. So that is the one thing. But I think,
Chairman.
Don, you've already said you changed that.
Chairman, can I speak to that?
Yeah, I was going to go to you on that one. Please, Don.
Yeah, so the 18,000 number comes from the actual 2020 decennial census. The federal government completed the census in 2020. Typically at this point in 2023, or 3 years after the census, typically about a year and a half after the census, we have the complete census released with all of the data. Unfortunately, all that's been released by the census at this point is those numbers related to the redistricting efforts for the elections. So total population, total number of households, and some other numbers have been released. So that 18,000 number is the accurate number for right now. However, if you will note, Table 3 and the tables that follow it are from the 2019 census estimates. If you change the number in those tables to the 18,000 number, then those tables will no longer match up. The fact is, we don't have a 2020 comparable number for occupied units, for vacant units, for number of 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 9 units. So the integrity of those tables are correct, while there is a variation in the total number of housing units.
And thank you. If I may, Commissioner DeGray, I know we went through this before, and I replied back with Don on this when we went through it the last time, about a few months back, when we had our other work session meeting on this, is that, what Don talks about with the census data, he's absolutely correct. Having worked with the census data as far as the redistricting, it was partial data. And I think we all know why. The Census Bureau had a lot of problem with the COVID.
Right.
They had to go back and do some, they had an extension. And as Don mentioned, some of those numbers still haven't been released. So I think we're going to have to take, if I may, some discrepancy here because of the census data that we have isn't linking up.
Okay, I just wanted to make that really clear because people are seeing these and they're saying, why is there huge discrepancy?
Yeah.
And so,
It's the
okay,
data we have.
all right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
should
Commissioner
we
Linsky.
note that
Yeah, just
on the
footnote.
page? Star those numbers or something?
You could do a footnote, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You could do a footnote for that.
That would probably be helpful.
Yeah, help us out with the footnote here. What do you think the footnote should be?
You could, like what Mr. Poland said, you could footnote that discrepancy about the census data not being out at the time of adoption.
Okay. So we could put a footnote here saying that these tables reflect census data that is incomplete because of the ongoing census.
Yeah, I would also note that what Don said, that the data is essentially correct, just with that
Yeah.
discrepancy in the timeline.
Right, one's cut in
census.
2019 and one's cut in 2020, yes.
Okay.
Or we don't even have some of it yet.
So do you want to make a motion to add that footnote?
Yes.
And I'll jot it down.
Commissioner Higley just made that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Helinski. Any discussion, everybody, any discussion on that footnote? Everyone feel that that's proper to put in there? Seeing all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let the record show is unanimous at that footnote, so it'll stop some of these questions.
Great, thank you.
And thank you, Don. Anything else on this chapter? I'm going to go around again, I'm looking. Anything else on this chapter? Thank you. Is there a motion to accept this chapter?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept Chapter 2, Existing Conditions, Demographic and Economics, Economics, Natural Resources, now and in the future.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Majmundar. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, whenever you're ready. Where Secretary Petronella is going to be hoarse at the end of the night.
Excuse me?
Yes.
We just want to clarify that's a motion to approve as amended.
As amended, yes, as amended.
Yes. Thank you. Luz Fiore,
Approve.
Virginia Higley,
Approved.
Linda DeGray,
Approved.
Francis Alamo,
Approved.
Kiran Majmudar,
Approved.
Kenneth Helinski,
Approved.
and John Petronella, approved.
Thank you. The records show that Chapter 2 has been approved. Now we're moving on to Chapter 3. Give me a second to catch up myself here with the notes. So I have a variety of notes on Chapter 3. Chapter 3, here we go, that's that one. Okay. There was a lot of discussion, as you know, I'm sure you guys heard it as much as I did, about cultural landscape and vision, and particularly with the historic district and our vision plan. So I'm cross-referencing things. So first thing I'd like to talk about, probably the easy one if I can, is I'm going to jump just a little bit if you don't mind. I'm going to go to page 26 to the vision plan, to the vision. Let me know when everybody's there.
Yeah.
Now, having said that, this, I think that personally, I don't see that much issue with the vision plan that's in there right now in that document as in front of us. But having said that, I went back to the 2011 plan and read that vision statement. Excuse me. And to be honest with you, at least this commissioner, I kind of was a little bit more comfortable with the 2011 one. Not that I had a real problem with this one. So I just wanted to float that by everyone to see if they had any. And you all have it in the packet that Lori sent you.
It's item number 3 in the
Yeah.
packet that I sent.
So I just wanted to gauge whether you guys were comfortable with the one that's in there, which there really is nothing that wrong with it. Yep. Or the 2011 one, which, was pretty good too. And we did hear some residents complain they thought the 2011 one spoke better of Enfield somewhat. So I just want to put that out on the table for you guys to mull over for a second here.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just one thing I wanted to recommend to the commission, just for the first sentence of the vision statement and the second sentence. The first sentence says Enfield is suburban. I'm not sure if that was supposed to say Enfield is a suburban community. And the
Yep.
second one being with historic villages in Thompsonville and Hazardville, large tracts of agriculture land. I'm not sure if that's actually supposed to say agricultural.
Yeah.
That's all I had.
Okay. So I'm looking, yes, Commissioner Helinski.
Yeah, I read both statements, and I guess I have one issue with using the older vision statement, and that is on the second paragraph of that, it says Enfield maintains a privileged position as a shopping and employment center of the region. I'm not sure we're the employment center of the region anymore,
Or the shopping.
or the shopping. So I think that's kind of a misnomer.
Yeah.
If the other language is it's a little more upbeat than the vision that we have in our new plan.
Yeah.
But I think the vision statement in the new plan covers everything.
Okay.
So I would be more in favor of the new vision statement.
Just keep the new vision, all right? I'm gonna kind of keep track here.
Okay.
Going down the line here?
For what it's worth, I do agree. I do like the new vision
Okay.
a bit better.
Okay.
I mean, I don't fully agree with the small town. We're not a small town, but I think we can that's kind of a wording thing. A small town feel is different than being a small
Yeah.
town. So, I'll let that go.
Okay.
That's my only comment on it. But I do like the new one.
Okay. Any, you don't matter, it doesn't matter to you either way? Okay. How about Frank, matter either? Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, I can't hear him.
I got him. I'm keep.
Gonna go with the-
We're
I'm
trying
sorry.
to keep track.
Okay.
So,
We'll go with the current one for me.
I don't really have a problem with the
Okay.
the new one.
I'll get back to you. Ginny?
I'm fine either way.
Okay. John?
I'm fine keeping the new one.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
just looking
So
at-
that's removed. We are not going to adopt that. Nick? Okay, so seeing that, we are not going to adopt the old, we're going to keep the vision, but would like to recommend that amended. So let me read to you what the first two sentences should read, all right? So it should read, Enfield is a suburban community with a small-town New England community atmosphere, with historic villages in Thompsonville and Hazardville, large tracts of agricultural land, and rolling hills. And I'll just end it right there.
Right.
So I made a motion to amend that first two sentences as such. Is there a second?
Second.
Second made by Commissioner DeGray. Any discussion on, changing that, appropriate verbiage? All those in favor signify by, the record shows unanimous to change that particular first two sentences as such. Is there any other well, that takes just the vision part out. So let's go over, I'm trying to hit the easy ones. Page 23. But also, this goes back to page 6.
Going back to the beginning of chapter 3?
Going back to the beginning of chapter 3 to page 23, which is historic resources. And also, this reflects going back to page 6, historic resources. So I want to go back to page 6 first, if you don't mind, before we go back to historic resources.
Yep.
If you go to page 6, historic resources, that bullet right in there, I'm going to read the way it states right now. All of Enfield's historic districts and resources should be supported by the town of Enfield, including the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the preservation of historic resources should remain a top priority across local government agencies. I'm recommending that we change that verbiage just a little bit. And I'll try to be slow, because I might even mess myself up here. All of Enfield's historic districts and resources should be protected and be supported, and also should be reviewed for enlargement by the town of Enfield, including the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the preservation of historic resources should remain a top priority across local governments. So I'm just adding a few verbiages to the top sentence. I'll read it again. I want to make sure everyone understands what I'm saying here, okay? Words do matter, okay, right? I think we've kind of realized that words do matter. All of Enfield's historic districts and resources should be protected and supported, and should also be reviewed for enlargement by the town of Enfield. I'm proposing that sentence be amended to say such.
Did you use the word expanded?
Or expanded. We could do
Is that what
expanded.
you said, expanded before?
It could be expanded. I have both here. It could be, and it should be reviewed for expansion?
No, right. Well, if we're going to use those kind of words,
Yeah.
we need more of what do you mean by expansion with geographically or number of buildings to be added to?
Acreage.
Acreage?
Yeah, well, I think we just leave it. I think we should just leave it at that. That's the Plan and Conservation Development statement that, however that is, and who's ever responsible for that, should look at the possible expansion of the historic district. Simple as that. I don't think we should get precise.
But I don't want to get,
Yeah.
well, yeah, and shouldn't we recognize the Enfield Historical Commission
Well-
have an authority?
I think we haven't got that part yet. I'm
Okay.
just getting to this statement.
Okay.
I'm just getting to this statement. So you like the word expanded instead of enlarged?
I'm not sure I like either.
Okay. Well,
Could you read it again? a little
Yeah.
bit?
Yeah, it's,
It should, all of Enfield's historic districts and resources should be protected, be supported, and should also be reviewed for enlargement expansion by the town of Enfield. And I'm not going to go on and read the rest. I'm not advocating that the rest be changed.
Thank you.
Did you get that? Okay. So do you want enlargement or expansion?
Well, let's hold on for that a little bit. Yeah. Doesn't matter to me either way.
Okay. When we talked about it a couple weeks ago, I think we came up with expansion, but
Yeah.
that's, and we crossed out enlargement. So.
Expansion sounds better.
Okay. Discussion. Commissioner Limo.
so when we say expansion, we look at our historical district as we know it, as I know it, on Enfield Street, which has a starting line and a finish line, basically. Are we talking about taking those lines in that particular historic district and expanding it to make it bigger?
I think
in that
those,
district.
I think those people who are responsible for looking at that should look at that. And that's all we're saying here.
It could also mean adding the historical properties in Thompsonville.
It could be,
Doesn't necessarily have to be the historic boundary.
right.
That's what I meant. Oh, that's.
It could be Hazardville too.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I want to be clear. Are we just looking at what I know as what I think of as the historical district on Enfield Street and moving them lines north and south? Or are we going to encompass other areas of town?
So basically, this is a consideration for something in the future, and it says, all of Enfield's historic districts, plural, and resources should be protected and supported and reviewed for expansion.
Yeah, all of them.
So it's kind of an all-encompassing.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
Okay, does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah, it's clear.
Any more discussion?
'Cause we do have historical properties all around the community.
Yes, we do.
And I'm sure the Historic District Commission would be more than happy to follow that goal
Yeah.
for the
Oh,
next
that would be
10
great.
years.
And I'd like to see them recognized in this document.
And Mr.
Somewhere.
Chairman,
Yes.
I think this is the only chapter where the action item or the recommendations aren't listed in the chapter themselves as bullet points. Do we want to put them in the chapter at the? So all the other chapters, the bullet points appear
Yep.
at the end of the paragraphs.
That's a really good point. Can you hold on to that for a minute? Because I think we're going to do more discussion about this. So can you hold that? That might be jumping the gun just a second, but I'm going to get back to you on that. All right? In case I forget, don't let me forget. So let me get through this one. So seeing there's no discussion, all those in favor of amending that, that first paragraph signify by saying aye.
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 The record shows unanimous. We've still got more work to do on this. Let's get back to page 23. And again, I'm sure like most of you, I read the historic resources part on page 23 pretty significant. I'm sure all of you have, because it was brought to our attention by residents that they thought that maybe there was some more information that was lacking there. Honestly, I didn't find it much different from the one that was in the 2011. I know Lori gave us some more information on that. Did you want to add to this section?
Sorry. So there were quite a few residents that felt that the historical stories needed to be relayed and kept into the plan. And that's why we suggested to possibly just add as an appendix to the plan itself that chapter on historic districts or historic resources. And I gave you a copy of that in the big packet handout, so you could see what it was all about. That's all number 2. So it just basically goes through all of our historical and cultural resources. It comments on different, Bigelow Commons and different houses and just different areas, Hazardville Center, and so it's just to give a historic atmosphere in the background.
No, does that sound?
Now, and I'm not suggesting that it be part of the plan.
Right.
But I'm suggesting that it be an appendix too for reference.
Yep. Yeah, so what staff is recommending is that instead of taking that 3 or 4 pages or whatever, 5 pages from the 2011 plan, that we just make that an appendix to this particular plan instead of trying to rewrite this whole section. Commissioner DeGray.
Just making a note, if we do accept this as an addendum to this plan, on the old plan on page 189 says casket factory located on River Street. It's no
Yeah.
longer there. It's there. It's there in our hearts, but yeah.
So yes, I understand. So I don't know I think the idea was to not try to piecemeal this.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Was that page 189 you said?
189.
Okay.
Because if we, I think we recognize that maybe we should have had a little bit more information about the historic district at this point. Now it's brought to our light.
Right.
But for us to recraft that at this point would be pretty difficult. So I think staff came up with a solution to this. Is there, I'm looking around, does anyone have any?
I had a question. There are basically 2 historical sections in the old plan. One starts at page 181, and the other one is earlier on, around 25, which I think, are you, yeah, historic areas, page 25. So are we talking about putting both of those in an appendix? Or would it be either one or the other?
That's the old plan, isn't it?
I think it's just a historic and cultural resources, Ken, on page 181, 182.
So that
183,
last section from,
Yeah.
which has all the.
So
Yes.
what's in your packet?
Yes, from page 183 all the way to page
Well, I'd
192.
seen the other one earlier on, which
Yeah.
was more of a summary, but I wasn't sure if we were going to include that or not. Yeah, I would designate pretty clearly, though, that section is from the 2011 plan,
Oh, yeah.
because I'm not sure, I didn't have a chance to go through the photos and all that, but I'm not sure all the photos are the same. If the same buildings are in the same photos anymore, maybe, are they different? They look different? So I think if we just reference that, it's, for informational purposes,
Yeah, just for historical review.
sure, yeah.
Any other discussion on that? Yeah, Commissioner Majmudar?
Yeah, it can be an appendix or a footnote. Is there a difference?
Is your mic on?
It's on.
Yeah, okay.
It could be an appendix.
Appendix would be following the plan.
Okay.
I mean, it's numerous pages, so you don't want a footnote that's.
Yeah, it'd be a pretty big footnote.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to write the whole thing. No.
Yeah, 'cause it's about almost a 10-page appendix, so
Oh, yeah.
I think it'll work better that way.
I feel like, Karan, correct me if I'm, I feel like you're saying, do we indicate it as a footnote? See appendix for historical,
Oh, well,
Yeah.
that makes sense,
Yep.
yeah.
Right.
or see appendix for historical context?
So there is a motion made by Commissioner Majmudar, seconded by Commissioner D'Antonio, that in that historic resources paragraph, to add in there, see appendix, probably at the end of that particular, those two paragraphs. This,
Yep.
I'll leave the name of the appendix, we'll leave that blank for now, we'll have, you guys
Yeah.
will make whatever that appendix is going to be, appendix 1 maybe, or 2, who knows. So there's a motion made by Commissioner Majmudar, second by Commissioner D'Antonio, to add a footnote there to see appendix question mark for further information.
Yeah,
But he
Christian,
can still make a motion, he just can't vote.
No,
He can't make a motion?
Yeah.
So the motion was made by, seconded by Commissioner DeGray.
yeah.
Sorry, Christian, you had a good point.
Officially, the
Yeah.
alternates
Yeah, I wasn't going to
should
let him
not be
vote, but I wanted to really try to make them feel they're part of this.
But
All right, Commissioner DeGray seconded
it
it.
was his suggestion.
Yeah. Any discussion on that footnote? Seeing none, all those in favor? The record show is unanimous to add that footnote. Okay. That was all I had for Chapter 3. Does staff have anything more on Chapter 3? Just want to make sure Lori catches up. Yeah.
No, I don't have anything until page 42,
Did
so.
any other member have anything on Chapter 3 they'd like?
I just had a
Commissioner
question
Linsky?
about
Yeah.
the motion that we just passed.
Yeah.
Does that also include putting the appendix in?
No, we'll do that next.
Okay, 'cause
The appendix?
Motion made by Commissioner Helinski, seconded by Commissioner Majmudar, to put the appendix from the 2011. All those in favor signify by, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So
The
that's,
second? Karan,
come on.
add the appendix.
Yep, thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
Any-
To vote on the chapter.
Yep, I just want to make sure there's no other, everybody's all set with Chapter 3, everybody's good with it so far? Mr. Secretary, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept Chapter 3, Enfield's Cultural Landscape as amended.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner, Vice Chairman DeGray. Motion made by Secretary Petronella, seconded by Commissioner DeGray. Is there any, Vice Chairman DeGray, any discussion on Chapter 3? Yeah, Commissioner Limo.
Just on page 24, the agricultural land and farming. So we had testimony from Conservation. Any of that testimony from the Conservation Commission need to be plugged into this first paragraph?
I didn't find any here. I think we have some going farther. There's another whole big section just on that.
Okay.
I didn't find any here, that's why I
Yeah,
didn't
that's why
bring
I
it
was
up.
asking
Yep.
before we finished. I just
Yep.
looking over this really quick, and it talked,
Yep.
some of the things in that first paragraph are in the interest of that,
Yep.
that committee, that the president.
There's a whole nother section just almost dedicated just to them.
Okay,
So-
okay, thank you.
Okay, is that okay?
Yeah, thanks. Yep.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Linsky?
Also, Commissioner D'Antonio had brought up about putting the
Yep.
summary of strategies at the end of this chapter.
Thank you.
If we're going to vote on it, we should.
Yep, absolutely, we should vote on that, too. There's a motion to accept
Yeah.
with the condition that those strategies be added. I know there's only,
Strategies be summarized at the end of the chapter,
That the-
like the other chapters.
there's a motion made and amended that the Chapter 3 summaries be added to this chapter at the end, just like all the other chapters,
In a bullet form.
in bullet form. All the other chapters, if you go to any other if you go back to page, if you go back to page 6, those unfortunately in chapter are not embedded in Chapter 3. They need to be embedded in Chapter 3 like all the other bullet points are in all the other chapters.
Yep.
So the motion,
Please?
yep,
I think Commissioner Petronella should amend his original motion.
Yes.
To incorporate that.
Yep.
And then Commissioner DeGray should amend.
second again.
And if-
So we're going to rescind Commissioner Petronella's motion. He's going to start over again.
Okay.
Okay, just for clarification, the bullets from the planning strategies will be amended and inserted into the respected
Chapter,
chapter.
Chapter 3.
The ones on page 6.
6, yes.
3 bullets.
Right?
Yep, yep.
Correct, okay. Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept Chapter 3, Enfield Cultural Landscape, as amended, and also to include the bullet points on page 6 of the planning strategy summary to be incorporated.
And page 7.
6 and 7.
6 and 7, excuse me, to be incorporated in the respective chapters.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray. Any discussion on Chapter 3? Seeing none, whenever Secretary is ready to call the roll.
Louis Fiore,
Approve.
Virginia Higley,
Approved.
Linda DeGray,
Approved.
Francis Alamo,
Approved.
Kiran Majmudar,
Approved.
Kenneth Alinsky,
Approved.
and John Petronella approved.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to Chapter 4. I'm just going to bounce just a little bit on this. I want to go first to page 36. Let me know when everyone's there, please. 36.
Got it.
And I just want to mention this for the record, basically, because I know this was a very sensitive area, no pun intended, with a couple of counselors. So I just felt it appropriate that, at least in my instance, that I respond. Since, as you know, we didn't respond to a lot of the council questions and suggestions they made to us because we hadn't had our public hearing yet. So I do think this is kind of an appropriate way to, in partnership with them, that we kind of respond once in a while here to some of the concerns that they raised. One or two of the counselors wanted us to really add some more verbiage to this particular area. Unfortunately, at least it's your chairman's opinion and others, it was not really legal to add that. But having said that, I wanted to rest assured and bring attention that we are addressing in this POCD, and we're recognizing sensitive areas. And in this POCD, we are actually saying in here that we need to incorporate a sensitive area provision into the zoning regulations, specifically the site development requirements. So I just wanted to go on the record and make that point that we are somewhat addressing that concern in our POCD, and I'm recommending that we keep that there. Something we'll talk about when we do our zoning regulations. So that was really all I wanted to do.
That note already before.
Yeah, all right. So I just want to make that point on the record, because as you know, we haven't been able to really respond back to some of their concerns. So that's all I really want to say about that. I want to jump now to page 38. And also page 8. The page 8 is the bullet for that. Open space conservation, and I want to read to you. Yeah, 8 and 38, or 8 or 38, however. And I want to read to you, I don't have it here. I have many notes, so give me a second. Sorry, everybody, but this guy's got stuff all over the place, and I'm pretty organized, but it's all this. I am not going to read this whole letter from Mr. Cody, Chairman of the Enfield Conservation Commission. I know most of you heard this letter from Karen LaPlante, one of the members who was kind enough to come and speak on their behalf to us and to the town council. But certainly, I'm going to propose this to you for your consideration that we add this to our POCD. I'm just going to read a little bit of the last sentence. In essence, Section 12-107E states that the area of a town that can be classified as PA 490 open space should be identified in the POCD, which is not, right? There is no inventory. We know that. The Enfield Conservation Commission asked that the entire area of the town of Enfield be listed in the 2020 POCD as eligible for PA 490 open space. They're not asking that it be, just eligible. When the PI 490 open space resolution is finally created, the state, and there's a lot of work behind that has to be done with the town council, finance, conservation committee, us, probably inland wetlands, who else knows? State requirement for which part of the town is eligible would already be in place, and the town would not have to wait until the next POCD or us amending the POCD in the 2032 to implement such a resolution. So I'm advocating, be quite frank with you, that we do add that. I think it's just a bold statement. I think it takes some courage, but at the same time, it sends a good statement. We're not identifying any particular area. That's what we're saying. The entire town is eligible. That's all. Leave it up to the Conservation Committee to come up with that recommendations. They have to work with the town council. The whole PA 490 situation is all entangled. That's a town council consideration, not ours. And they have to work at finance and everything else to figure all that out. I don't think any of us want to go down that road. But I'm just advocating that somewhere in this particular section that we advocate that as a statement. And that's basically all I want to say about that. I'm open for
Mr.
discussion.
Chair, are you talking about adding it to page 8 or adding it to chapter 4?
Actually, both.
Both.
Yeah, actually both.
So page 8,
Page 8 is the bullet where it specifically
Yeah.
mentions PA 490.
page 8 is the summary
Is the
of
summary.
all the bullets.
Yep.
Okay,
So it would be transferred back.
okay, so we're going to add a bullet for the PA 490.
Or it could add it to the same.
already there.
Could add it right to the same.
It's expand PA 490 benefits. So, but we would add to that sentence that the entire
Entire
area
town is
of
eligible.
Enfield become eligible to be considered.
The key word there is considered. Mm-hmm. Is there any discussion?
You just want that added to that.
Both both bullets, yeah.
While I'm at it, the very first few words is PA-490 is a power tool. I believe it was meant to say powerful tool.
Okay.
Stop that.
Yeah, it's powerful.
Okay. Thank you, Don. Is there any discussion? Yes, Commissioner Petronella.
Yes, I have a comment. Maybe staff can help me out, or Don, but on page 8, under the open space conservation preservation strategies, on the second bullet point where it says expand to open space, not simply agriculture. Now, open space is deemed public land, correct? the public has access to as well? I mean,
Not necessarily.
It could also be private.
Yeah, oh, go ahead, Don.
Yeah, it could either be in public or private ownership. So open space acquired by the town, so you purchased a piece of land as open space, it would be available to the public. Open space owned by a land trust is typically open to the public, but there may be areas that are held off from the public. Also in the sense of, let's say, there could be easements purchased for open space or development rights to, maintain agriculture and or prevent future development. And the intent of those easements may not actually be for public access. So it could be in either form.
I read somewhere where if a farmer sells his development rights to the property, that cannot be deemed as open space because it's still private. It's still deemed private property and is not accessible to the general public. Of course, unless the farmer does something different with it and makes that provision.
Yeah, I mean, I get where that statement's going, but typically open space is typically defined as either protected, managed, or in private ownership and available for development. The sale of development rights for agriculture are kind of something different, but in a kind of, I don't know, a generic sense, talking about open space, we would include acreage from development rights in that it's protected and preserved and won't affect future development. That still doesn't necessarily mean that it's publicly accessible. So I think there's just a nuance in kind of terminology here, and there's not an actual legal, we're not stepping on any legal definition of what is open space. It's just how it's, maybe used in different ways.
Okay. The term where it says expand to open space, not simply agriculture, the word to, is that grammatically correct?
I'm sorry, could you direct me to where you are specifically in the document?
Page 8, open space conservation and preservation, the second bullet
Yep.
point, where it says expand to open space, the word to, is that grammatically correct?
No.
Maybe to include.
Yeah. it
To
should.
include, yeah.
Expand to include, or expand open space, just not sure.
So the 490 open space, or the 490 program protects agriculture and they get tax exempts. So what this is trying to do tax exemptions for open space land as well. So that's the goal, is to have it expanded to not just agriculture, but to open space or woods. That's like if you have a tract of, an acre of trees or something, you might get a tax exemption for that tract of trees. So that's what this is referring to.
Okay. All right, thank
Yeah.
you.
So just quickly, these summary statements were aimed at summarizing broader statements within the later chapters. So that sentence would probably read better if it said expand to include open space, not simply agriculture. But I think I was just trying to save white paper real estate and being short and to the point. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, but I made a motion to add before we go on to all over the place, I made a motion to add the part of Mr. Cody's statement into the POCD in page 8.
We're still discussion? on the motion?
Discussion, yeah, I made a discussion, so let's, I don't.
Yeah, can you
Yep.
clarify the words again? that you-
Yes, I think basically we should put in there is that in the POCD, I believe as part of that, on page 8, as part of that expand PA 490 benefits for open space protection. And also on page 38, where it says expand PA 490 benefits, we should basically just state in there that the entire area of the town of Enfield be listed as eligible for PA 490 open space. Simple as that.
Just add that sentence.
Just add that sentence to both those bullets. And also, on the bullet on page 38, there was a mention there that should state PA 490 is a powerful tool, not a power tool. And that also on the bullet on page 8, it should be expand to include open space. So did you get all 4 of those?
I got one.
Okay, so let me go back. On page 8, we're going to say expand PA 490 benefits for open space protection. It should read expand to include open space, not simply agriculture. In addition, that the entire area of the town of Enfield be eligible for PA 490 open space.
On page 8.
Page 8. Now we go back to page 38. Should be PA 490 is a powerful tool to protect. And then that whole sentence goes on, and again, we should state there that the entire area of the town of Enfield be eligible for PA 490 open space. As like the second sentence of that particular bullet on page 38.
Reworded it every time. I'm sorry, I've gotten like 4 different iterations of that
Okay,
sentence.
then you read us
so-
what you have.
So I originally wrote, the entire area of Enfield be listed as eligible to be considered for 490 program.
Okay, that's fine. That's yeah, that's even better. Yep, that's better. Yep, that's fine. I like
So
that.
we could put that on both pages?
Yes. Thank you very much. That's a lot better than what I was.
That was
proposing.
your first one.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. All right, I did something right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The include should also be on page 38, expanded to include.
Yep, he got that one.
Okay, you got it.
Okay.
You just need a second now.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Helinski. Is there any discussion on those? Commissioner Limo.
Yes, so on the 490, I understand the letter, and I was here when she presented it to us. So my only thing one of my questions is, as long as we don't prohibit anybody the other way from being able to use land in another way, to have that designation on it.
Could you please explain how the open space in 490, or at least the open?
So I got some more, too. So,
Well, why don't we answer that first?
all right.
I'm not sure what the
Just that
question is.
we're putting it,
How-
we're
so
blanketing
long
the
as we
whole,
don't-
so we're blanketing the whole community.
We're not
that
doing
It's
anything.
eligible.
No,
but-
I can explain
Right.
it.
Yeah.
It's just to show that the entire town is eligible. There's
right.
potential to
And
be in the PA 490 open space program. It's for consideration, yes. It's not permanent. It
Right,
doesn't-
right, I know, and I just want to finish. So down the road as we go, this is a good thing, and then down the road as we go, there'll be other land use boards or commissions that would have to figure out how it's going to work in the zoning. Like, now we have to, so there was just a big blow up about 490. So people stopped using their land as farms and it wasn't 490. And do we have to address all those things later when somebody comes in to?
That's
No.
So
finance.
that is the assessor.
Right, it's
Okay.
not
There's
us.
nothing to do with
And-
zoning.
and-
Just so
the-
it's,
the
so everybody has a
statutes
smooth path to wherever this ends because it's such a blow up
Yeah. I mean,
about it, you know?
They need to follow the statutes as to how things
Right.
have to be done. That's not our
You know,
job.
we have, on our zoning ordinances now, it's 3 acres at least to have a farm,
Yep.
right? So maybe that could change if somebody comes in and wants to have a farm.
And look at that during the
on 4
regulations.
acres.
Yeah, we can look down, we do regulations.
So PA
thing.
490 has different criteria to be
Right.
classified for farmland. The farmland and the open space PA 490 are separate. There's for separate things, but it doesn't necessarily fall under zoning jurisdiction. So when applications come in before you of open space proposals, that's not something you necessarily have to work with. That would be the assessor, maybe the Conservation Commission, depending on certain factors, and finance.
So open space can be 490 whether it's being farmed or not, potentially,
Yes,
just as open space.
Correct.
correct.
Okay.
Right.
Where now it's just defied to farming, right?
Where we come in with, zoning comes in with
have no
490,
idea.
and open space is like if we have a subdivision, we have a required open space allocation to the town. So that's different as well, so.
Yeah, at the end, it's just so it's nice and clear and everybody understands it and the community doesn't go through all the hoopla we just seen before us over this 490 stuff. I'm all for it, just to make sure everybody on both sides of the aisle, or if you want to farm and if you don't want to farm, or if you want to do a 3-acre, everybody knows what their obligations are and all the tax stuff. But yeah, that was kind of a terrible thing to see the community go through all that. But no, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? So motion made and seconded with the amendments. So, seeing none, Mr. Secretary? On Chapter 4?
Yep, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to
Wait,
approve-
Mr. Chair, you didn't vote for that, all those changes that you just made.
Although there was a motion made and second to accept those. All those in favor of accepting all those changes in Chapter 4 signify by saying aye.
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 The record show is unanimous to accept those changes. Now, is there a motion to accept the chapter?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept Chapter 4, Natural Resource and Protection and Conservation of the POCD, and also to include on page 8, to modify the bullet point under the open space conservation and preservation section to be in sync with that of page 38 amendment.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Secretary Petronella, seconded by Vice Chairman Higley. Any discussion on this? Commissioner DeGray.
Just one thing on page 34, underneath the first sentence, underneath 6, it should be complete instead of compete.
36.
It's just a
Yeah.
misspell.
Another misspell on page 34.
That's all.
I don't think
Where is that?
Where was that
to
again?
make a vote on it. I think that's an administrative
We'll
change.
just, yeah. we'll
Yeah,
just-
the
It says
first
yeah,
sentence.
It says the complete stormwater management plan should be the complete stormwater management plan.
Yeah.
Do you see it?
Hang on.
On the
Page
first set-
34? Nope.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
1, 2, 3 to 4th paragraph.
Oh, right after 6.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, that's just a spelling error.
Yeah, we're not going to make a
Those
vote.
will
That's
get
that's an
fixed.
administrative change. Seeing none, Mr. Secretary? Yep, Commissioner D'Antonio. Guys, you got to do me one favor after this one. Please, I'll take my time, find this stuff before John reads. Please, okay? All right? Thank you.
Yeah, I did have some more discussion items on this chapter. I don't know if anybody else had other discussion items.
Okay,
The,
go ahead.
on
Again, guys, again.
Yep.
Okay? Okay, go
Under
ahead.
the agriculture conservation strategies for improvements,
Page?
What page?
page 40.
Yep.
The first bullet point, I want to propose adding increase, where it says increase,
Yes.
I think that's increase in number and location of community gardens, utilize existing town-owned land, comma, and I'm proposing adding unused farmland. That was a good public comment I heard for the expansion of community gardens. I don't know if that's.
Okay, and what's your other one?
Add a new bullet point for encouraging organic practices on farmland, community gardens, and green spaces
Okay.
to protect the aquifers.
Okay, hold on. All right, so before we go forward, John, will you please rescind your motion, please?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion, or I'd like to rescind my previous motion to approve Chapter 4.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I'll rescind my second.
Thank you very much. So the motion's been rescinded, so we can go back to discussion. And again, I'm going to mention again, please, before John goes, do whatever you have to do to get our attention, okay? All right, because we don't have to do this again. So go ahead, Chris, start again, what you'd like to have changed.
The first bullet, which was brought up in public comment, was including unused farmland for expansion of community gardens.
Okay. Now, you wanted another bullet.
And a bullet to encourage organic practices on farmland, community gardens, and green spaces.
Okay. So Chris can't make a motion, but he's making these suggestions. Would any, as chairman, I probably shouldn't. Would anyone else like to make a motion to include these changes?
Yes, I'll make a motion to include Commissioner D'Antonio's changes.
Okay, there's a motion made by Commissioner Helinski to include
Community
Commissioner
gardens.
D'Antonio's comments. We'll go through them again. We'll do them again. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner DeGray. Chris, again, nice and slowly, one more time, please, so that the stenographer can get the changes you want to add. And this is on page 40.
So on the first bullet point, increase in number and location of community gardens, utilizes existing town-owned land, comma, and then add unused farmland, comma.
Got it.
Next one. And then extra bullet point, encourage organic practices on farmland, community gardens,
Hang on, slow
and
down,
green
slow.
spaces.
Can you read it very slow?
Oh, sorry. Encourage organic practices on farmland, comma, community gardens, comma, and green spaces.
And green spaces.
Thank you.
Now I got it.
All right, so there's
Thank you.
been a motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on those
Ken
changes?
Helinski, Linda DeGray.
Seeing none, all those in favor of accepting those changes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The record shows unanimous to accept those changes. Are there any more changes? It was unanimous. Was there any more changes for Chapter 4?
There's just a clerical typo.
Yeah, typos we're not going to have to vote on. The staff has that, and they'll make that change. Do you have
I
something
got
you
the
wanted to add?
first period in the first bullet.
Yeah.
So third bullet, instead of create farm-friendly, we had talked about saying, consider creating farm-friendly zoning regulations.
Yes, and that should be probably everywhere on that particular one.
Yeah. Wherever that is, we'll just say
So
consider
it's
creating.
also there. There's also another change. Staff actually can't propose it, but I'm looking around here. There's on page 7 and on page 40, where it says create farm-friendly zoning regulations. Should be consider adopting or
Consider, we said consider adopting or consider creating.
consider creating. We just want to add the word consider creating instead of just create
At the beginning of the bullet,
in the beginning of the bullet. It's also here and on page
On page 7,
7.
top of the page, right to farm ordinance, and just say consider creating a local right to farm ordinance, and so on.
So is there a motion made to make those changes?
so moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Helinski. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Majmundar. Is there any discussion on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
The record shows unanimous to put the word consider in front of that particular bullet. Is there anything else on Chapter 4? Commissioner D'Antonio.
All right, last one. It was recommended on page 42 in the end of the climate change section. I'm proposing to add a bullet point about the creation of a climate action plan.
So that was one of my items.
Go ahead.
So that's what he said. So to
Yep.
create a climate action plan for implementation
Okay,
as a new bullet.
okay.
There's a new bullet on page 40?
42.
Page 42,
42.
under the graph for energy efficiency, we could just add it there.
Does that
Right-
need to
Right
also-
above tree preservation.
Yep.
Does that also need to be moved over to any part of the summary of Chapter 4 on page?
It would have to be added to that. Because it
On
has-
page 7 also, or I'm going to page 7.
So just add to summary.
Actually be added to on page 9,
Page 9, okay.
so that there's a bit of, well, Chris can't propose the motion.
So moved.
I can't either.
Commissioner Higley has made the motion to add that bullet, and actually I forgot what the heck the bullet was.
Create a
I'm thinking
climate
ahead
action
here.
plan for implementation.
Action plan.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Helinski. That's going to be on 2 pages, 42 and 9.
Page 9.
Motion made and second. Is there any discussion on adding that particular new bullet? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by, let the record show it was unanimous to add that bullet on those 2 pages. And I'm going to take a second here to make sure our stenographer's caught up and, okay?
You got it, Rebecca? You good?
Okay.
Awesome.
Is there, we spent a lot of time on this chapter, which is fine. I mean, I was surprised. You guys are catching me by surprise on this one. Is there any other?
There was a lot of comments about it.
Yeah, there was. Is there any? Yeah, and you know, which is good. Is there anything else on chapter 4? Anything else on chapter 4, guys? Going once, twice. All right, Mr. Secretary, I think we're ready now.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept Chapter 4 of the POCD, Natural Resource Protection and Conservation, as amended, and also to include amendments to pages 7, 8, and 9 of the Planning Strategy Summary to coincide with amendments made on Chapter 4.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion made by Secretary Petronella, seconded by Commissioner Helinski. Is there any discussion on chapter 4? Seeing none, Mr. Secretary?
Louis Fiore,
Approve.
Virginia Higley,
Approved.
Linda DeGray,
Approved.
Francis Alamo,
Approved.
Kiran Majmudar,
Approved.
Kenneth Alinsky,
Approved.
and John Petronella is approved.
Thank you. Let the record show is unanimous to approve chapter 4. Just to do low-hanging fruit, I'm going to skip chapter 5. And we're going to get back to that at the end. Yeah, all right. So let's jump over to chapter 6. Again, I know Karan Majmudar has something, Commissioner Majmudar has something he'd like to bring up in this chapter, but I want to hit the first one, if you don't mind, Karan. And that would be on page 10 and page 52. Okay. Remove barriers to investment. Everybody see, let me know when you're there. Page 52 and 10, doesn't matter which one you want to go to.
Which one do you want us on first?
They were on first. Let me know when you guys are there.
Yep.
Basically, remove barriers to investment. I'm making a suggestion, I guess a motion in a way. I probably shouldn't do a motion either, but I'm, whatever you want to call it. That sentence should now read, update the zoning regulations with the aim of repositioning commercial industrial areas to encourage development by removing the impediments of non-conforming uses and bulk requirements in the Thompsonville area, period. Eliminate the whole part that says by reducing the reliance on special permit uses, limiting or ceasing the practice of holding public hearings on site plan applications. Remove that whole part of that sentence.
Okay.
So you're on
Whoa.
bullet 1 on remove barriers
Yep.
to investment.
Yep,
That one bullet.
yep.
So you
And it
want to remove
repeats
the
itself, it
entire
repeats
bullet?
itself
No,
in 52?
no, but I don't think we should remove the entire bullet. We just
Okay,
want to
so-
remove the statement by reducing the reliance on special permit uses, limiting or ceasing the practice of holding public hearings on site plan applications. That's all. Just remove that.
And removing?
No, I think we can leave the statement, remove the impediments of non-conforming uses. That's different than,
Right.
that's different.
That's
Yep,
fine.
Yep, I just want to get rid of any suggestion of getting rid of the reliance on special permits or practice of holding public hearings.
Yes.
That's what we do in Enfield, that's what we are.
Basically, the first half of that statement,
The middle of it, actually the middle of it.
actually, the middle.
I'll read it again. The statement should read, update the zoning regulations with the aim of repositioning commercial and industrial areas to encourage development by removing the impediments of non-conforming uses and bulk requirements in the Thompsonville area. Period.
Yep, I like that.
Whoa. So you're adding words.
No, I'm not.
No,
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
No, he's changing.
Update the zoning regulations with the aim of repositioning commercial industrial areas to encourage development by
Does it read
removing the impediments of non-conforming uses and bulk requirements in the Thompsonville area.
It's going to limit it to non-conforming.
Thompsonville area, okay.
Chairman,
Got it.
Chairman, if I may.
Yep, go ahead, Don.
So I get what you're saying in the body on page 50, whatever. That makes perfect sense. I think the reason why Lori is confused is that it's an abbreviated version that doesn't read the same back on page 9 or whatever it is. My apologies. My pagination has changed as I've made changes in my document. So basically, you want to duplicate the new one in the body back in the front summary of the document.
Thanks. Thank you, Don.
I was looking at 10, that's why I was going, what the?
Sorry.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
looking at 52.
Thank you, Don. So,
That's
Come on, bus driver.
so, yep, sorry, I didn't recognize, yep. So basically 52, you know, how I read it, we also want to duplicate that sentence back on that that bullet back on page 10.
The same sentence?
Same sentence.
Okay, so the entire sentence is.
Do you
So
need me to read it again?
Just so I
Yep.
could get it, so it shall read as, remove barriers to investment, update the zoning regulations with the aim of repositioning commercial and industrial areas to encourage development by removing the impediments of non-conforming uses and bulk requirements in the Thompsonville area.
Yep, period.
Okay, now I got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Lou, so that will help us
Repeat.
where all this non-conforming stuff comes up
Yep.
all the time.
Yep.
I think we have one coming soon again.
Yep,
Yep.
yep,
Okay.
yep, yep.
But are we just talking about Thompsonville?
No, for now. That's where we are right here.
Okay.
We've got more. We got more coming.
No, that's good. Yep.
Yep. So I shouldn't make that motion as chairman, but Commissioner Higley made that motion to change page 52 and
And 10.
page 10 to that. Is there a second?
second.
Seconded by Commissioner Majumdar this time.
Okay.
Is there any discussion? Is there any, staff?
I just want to make sure that you're sure about just having it say Thompsonville instead of like all those areas where we struggle with nonconformities, like in the R33 zones.
Yeah.
That's what I just
Because,
said.
Yeah.
because we are doing
Yeah.
our zoning regs, and having this in our POCD does help us towards that goal.
Yeah, I understand. I just don't want to, I wasn't going to take a big bite of the apple.
Yeah.
I thought it was
Discussion.
another section for you to go
There is
ahead
some
and-
other, there is some other, but this also,
Dealing
conf-
with Thompson.
but yeah. This is not just Thompsonville, no.
Chapter 60, yeah,
But
but
we could take that out if we wanted.
That's what I just, Mr. Chair, that's what I just asked you, if you wanted to go to whole town with that, or whatever you desire.
No,
That's
whatever you
fine.
guys desire. I'm the bus driver here.
No, but I thought it would come up somewhere else, that's what you were saying.
It does, but I'm not sure.
You want to take care of it now,
Yeah,
whatever.
go ahead.
How about in Thompsonville and other non-conforming
why
areas?
don't we just
All
drop-
non-conforming areas.
Or we just drop the Thompsonville area, and so that it applies to wherever we need to in town. Because if we specify Thompsonville, we're specifying a specific area. And we know that Thompsonville has its own regulations, and so,
If that, it depends on what your intent is, so,
I would like to keep the Thompsonville in there and expand on Thompsonville, but leave Thompsonville,
but
but
if we take, just take Thompsonville area out, period, and end that sentence, period, without Thompsonville, it's inclusive of
I understand.
Hazardville.
That's correct.
yeah, I like that.
And it's better too,
So
because
it
then
does sound better.
you're incorporating those properties that aren't in Thompsonville, but also struggle with nonconforming issues.
Correct.
So will we take
We
it
have a lot of,
It's hard for me to take Thompsonville out of anything.
I know.
It's just me, it's just hard.
We have areas that,
Commissioner Limo,
Yes.
it's not excluded, it's included
It's
with
included,
other
I
areas.
know, it's just a thing.
Oop,
but
so
we
you
have
lost
a lot
something.
of
Right,
time.
as long as we keep
So,
Thompsonville in the
yeah.
front of our mind.
Can I, where'd Don go?
Probably the bathroom.
He left.
No, I'm kidding. He's gone.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
He left us.
Don. No, you're muted, Don.
You're muted.
Did you want me to say something?
Yeah, well, I was interested in your opinion on that. Should we, what do you think? Should we just take Thompsonville out so that it kind of defaults to the whole in town?
Yeah, I would just drop Thompsonville and have it be all, non-conforming. So.
Sorry,
Okay.
Frank.
Thank you.
Don't say
So-
drop Thompson.
So you go ahead, Laura, you read it back again, because you guys were the scribes.
I thought it was the capital.
So I'm gonna who made that motion? Commissioner DeGray, seconded by
Ginny
Commissioner
and Karan,
Higley and Crow.
Yeah. So Ginny, want to rescind your motion?
I rescind my motion.
Can I rescind your second?
Second.
So
Rescind
Lori,
your
why don't you give it a shot again, please?
okay. So, remove barriers to investment, update the zoning regulations with the aim of repositioning commercial and industrial areas to encourage development by removing the impediments of non-conforming uses and bulk requirements,
Period.
period.
Okay. I think we discussed that. Is there a second for that? Seconded by Commissioner Higley. I mean, motion made by Commissioner Higley, seconded by Commissioner Majumdar.
Uh-oh.
Discussion on the motion? All those in favor of changing remover to barriers on page 10 and 52 as stated by staff, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Let the record show is unanimous to change that statement in both places to
So,
that.
and that covers like the R17
Right.
subdivisions that were upzoned to R33, so
Yep,
that's a very good thing.
yep. So this is basically our commercial industrial development, economic development, and Karan had some suggestions he'd like to add in here somewhere or another. So I'm going to let Karan take over at this point.
Yeah, thank you. I think on page 52, create well-defined economic development program, I would somehow like some language that says that there would be a dedicated staff that be looking after or looking for new opportunities for attracting business in addition to the retention of business. We went through trying to attract Amazon distribution center a couple of years ago. We're too small compared to some of the bigger players such as Boston, but we did that. So there was a great effort made to do that. There were a couple of other times we have done this going back to Ray Warren times. So what I'm trying to say here is it in this particular paragraph on page 52 where we can add something so that there is a greater focus on some kind of dedicated idea of staff that can look after the upcoming opportunities. Don, your comment, please?
Yeah, I mean, I think this comment related to staff could be added to this paragraph if you guys support that. I'm typically when drafting recommendations, I'm typically timid on specific staff recommendations. But if you guys feel that's important, then yes, include that statement.
I'm not trying to be too specific here, but I just want some language that addresses that kind of issue.
So,
I guess the other thing you could do is you could frame it in the context of, investing resources in a more robust, economic development program with attraction and retention efforts at the staff level.
I kind of think that's what you're looking for.
I think that's what I'm looking for.
So-
That language sounds good to me.
So Don, could you do me a favor? Could you take a breather and then come back and kind of propose that again so staff can get that, so one of us can make them? Because I think that kind of hit what Karan's looking for. I'll give you a couple seconds if you want to think about it. Go ahead.
I'm so good improvising and then get you to repeat it.
Put more pressure on Lori.
So I would say add a sentence probably at the end that says, Town of Enfield should consider investing greater resources in business retention and attraction at the staff, through staff efforts, through staff level. Someone help me out here, I lost my good words.
Yeah, give me a second.
so I've got so far invest greater resources in business retention and attraction at the staff level.
It's traction of new business.
Oh, attraction of new business.
So how about at staff level and through additional staffing if needed?
How about just through additional staffing if needed? Because we do have a staff member now that's
That's
partly
Nelson
doing
does.
that.
Yeah.
Sure. I just didn't want it, and the statement just simply be at the staff level and then someone throwing stones at Lori and her crew for not doing it.
Attraction of new business.
So Lori, did you kind of get that? Would you like to read it?
Invest greater resources in business retention and attraction of new businesses. So let me take the first business
Yeah,
out.
go ahead.
Invest greater resources in retention and attraction of new businesses at the staffing level. That's what I have at this,
And adding additional
And-
staff if needed.
through additional
Staff if needed.
staff if needed.
And that really should be a new bullet.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't think that should be, after create a well-defined economic development, that should be another bullet.
Yep. And then add that to page 10, is it?
Yeah, page 10. Yes, add that to page 10.
Do you want me to read that again?
Yeah, would you mind reading that again, so make sure
Invest-
Ron's okay with it?
I'm
Invest.
fine, thank you.
Invest greater resources in retention and attraction of new business at the staff level and through additional staff if needed.
Sounds good, thank you.
Motion was made by Commissioner Majumdar with the help of staff, and Don, thank you, to add that new bullet to page 52 and 10. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Helinski. Any discussion on that particular addition? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So that is added unanimously. Everyone approving of that? Is there anything else on Chapter 6? Yes, Commissioner DeGray.
I was reading the
That's the next.
commercial and development section, and it sounds very negative. And I would like to see some positive put in, because we are attracting new business.
Page number?
Oh, I'm sorry, page 50. Like, we are expanding with some new businesses, but it sounds like all we're doing is losing business. And I'm not going to make Don on the spot come up with verbiage. But maybe we could put something in there, because it makes it sound like everybody is leaving, but we've had expansion of Eppendorf, of Advanced Auto. We've added 3 new businesses over on Bacon Road. We've added businesses, large businesses on North Maple. So it just seems like, it just sounded very,
Strip malls are full.
yeah, and then, we're not strict, and then on economic findings, we're not strictly retail and office anymore. This retail has changed in the last 3 years, so.
So can we,
Do you have some specific changes you'd like made?
The loss of jobs population, I think we still haven't talked about the loss of population due to the prisons, and I think this just makes it sound like we're contracting, but we're not doing anything to move forward, and I think we are. So this whole first page, I don't know how to rewrite it to make it sound more positive, but I just found that very negative.
Does anyone else have a problem with page 50 that they want to basically attempt to almost rewrite a lot of the page? Commissioner Petronella?
Yeah, a comment on I guess, that section, commercial and industrial development on page 50, the last paragraph on that section in the middle, probably to lighten it up a little bit, as Commissioner DeGray described, is to not, we can keep the loss of excuse me, the loss of the commercial office space and so forth, but I'm not sure that we need to throw in there the specific company names, meaning Lego, Phoenix Insurance Company, Mass Mutual, et cetera.
I agree with that.
I think we
I
could
like
make
that
a
better.
statement that there's just a loss of in office occupancies or something of that nature, and leave out the names of the
just summarize?
of the companies.
Yeah.
All right, so let's take a shot at it, because that's what we're here to do tonight. Someone take a shot at
Chairman?
rewriting it. Yep. Don, go ahead.
I would just say replace the companies with corporate office space.
Mr. Chair, you could also, if you didn't want to remove those and you wanted to keep them as like a historical type of record to know what happened during this decade, you could also perhaps maybe include a lighter note to end on than just that ending paragraph. You can include something like, even though this is the case, there's still been an increase in retail or small businesses throughout Enfield now.
I think I'd like that better.
That was my
Just to
note
make
to
it a
edit.
little more upbeat.
Yeah, because then you can keep like, I know we don't necessarily have to point out specific company names, but it does help us moving forward for our 2033 POCD when looking at this change in growth for commercial and industrial development. Because we know now that Mass Mutual, Lego, Phoenix Insurance Company, they're all gone. But it's good to have that knowledge. That way when we look back at this, oh yeah, this was here. And then we can conclude this. It's kind of sad paragraph with something a bit more lighthearted towards the end about how our local businesses are growing, how our small business retail is increasing, even though we're losing our larger types of businesses in town.
So, yeah, something like, in light of these downward trends, we have excelled in keeping our strip malls full.
Talking
and-
faster than I can write.
Well, I mean, just something along those lines. I think that we're going to have to write it.
I think because it
And-
just
and-
sounded depressing to me. It was very depressing.
That is life.
Economics is depressing.
I know it's depressing, but
That's why I'm not an
you know,
economics
we
professor.
are moving forward too.
And that might be good why we should keep what's written, but add that other
Yeah,
sentence.
add a positive sentence.
Because you are correct, Commissioner DeGray, where we have grown in that smaller retrospect for businesses. So just something
Don,
to
do you
think
think
about.
that we could just work out a nice positive paragraph to end this with? Not necessarily right this second, but
Well, we kind of have to adopt,
Well-
so we're going to have to make the
We have to
changes
vote on
tonight.
it.
We're going to
Yeah.
vote, yeah, we're going to have to do,
well,
well, you guys are thinking of that, Commissioner Higley had a
I
question.
like John's suggestion. It's clean, it's clear, and it's, I think we'll all know when Lego's gone, and Mass Mutual and everybody else. So I think that just taking that out and putting Lori's suggestion about corporate office space in its place, I think that's nice and clear, and you don't have to reinvent the wheel.
I agree with that, and I would suggest you also add a sentence at the end that says something to the line of, much of, we've also experienced some growth in the small business sector or something like that, which would be a little more upbeat. It's been offset to a certain extent by increase in small businesses, because I think that's what you said, right, Lori?
yeah, sort of in that essence.
So if you kind of ended with that kind of brings it into an upbeat type of level.
What if you have those newer commissioners in the future, new staff or new town residents who are looking at this, and because this is a very important part of the Enfield community once upon a time, and if you remove those office and corporation names, then that's going to leave like a question mark of what did Enfield used to have. So
Georgia, I think there's a lot of us here just want to remove those names.
and that's fine. I'm just
We
offering.
want to move forward without those names.
That's fine. I'm just offering
Yeah, that's
thoughts
okay.
to think about.
That's all right. I totally understand what you're saying. But I think we want to move forward and maybe forget those names at this point.
Something like, despite the
Especially
Forgot
Lego.
about hallmarks.
trends
Yep.
Enfield has-
Anybody, and I'm looking for discussion so we can kind of move on this a little bit. Is it on this side?
But take a 5-minute break, have a sandwich, and
Sure.
let us wordsmith something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a motion to take a 5-minute recess? Motion made by Commissioner Higley, seconded by Vice Chairman Higley, seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray to take a 5-minute recess. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We're taking a 5-minute recess, everyone. Sandwich break. Back to order. All right, so basically, we're still on chapter 6 here. We're in this paragraph area, and we're not tabling anything, so we need to come up with some verbiage here. The commissioners want to see us change that
Mr. Chair,
to paragraph. Go ahead.
I took a crack at writing a little sentence.
Okay.
Kind of all pitched
Let
in.
me finish my pickle and I'll dive right in. Something like this, and I can write this out for you so you can read it. Despite the obvious decline in certain business sectors at the national and regional scale, Enfield has experienced recent significant growth in smaller local businesses and other generators of employment and tax base.
Fantastic. I think that's
Yeah.
pretty much call.
Yeah, perfect.
Now, where do you guys want? Do you guys want that at the end, the last sentence after the Enfield Square Mall, or do you want to put it in the economic findings?
No.
Okay.
It's a perfect ending sentence.
Okay.
That's how we drafted it.
Okay.
And we're taking out the red.
Okay. Yes. So there was two things here in this particular paragraph. There was two things here in this particular paragraph. One was to change the sentence, and I'll read that sentence, and I'm going to let Matt read the other one again. In the middle of that the fourth paragraph, I'm going to read how I think most of us want it to state. Changes in corporate structures, mergers, and acquisitions, and further changes in the location and utilization of office space have resulted in a loss of corporate office space, period.
Yes.
Yes.
And then Matt's statement, which will come at the end of that paragraph, which says Enfield Square Mall. And Matt, if you don't mind reading that again, please.
No problem. Despite the obvious decline in certain business sectors at the national and regional scale, Enfield has experienced recent significant growth in smaller local businesses and other generators of employment and tax base.
Fantastic.
Perfect.
I think everyone likes that. Is there a motion to accept those changes in Chapter 6?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Higley, seconded by Commissioner DeGray. Is there any discussion on those two changes? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Unanimous to accept those two changes on page 50. Is there any other changes on Chapter 6? We added that on 50. We fixed the remove barriers to investment, and we also add another bullet at the bottom of page 52. Commissioner DeGray.
The economic findings, overall economic position is vulnerable. The loss of jobs, population, young people, and increase. We really don't know as far as loss of population other than the prisoners, if we've really lost population, because we really don't have that figure.
Well, I have the figure. I have the figure because I did the potential redistricting, so my Republican partner and I went through it, and there's about 2,500 people that we were not able to count with this particular census for this particular redistricting, because the state of Connecticut changed the law, as you know, that those prisoners have to be accounted in the towns that they came from, not where they're residing in prison.
Right.
And we used to be able to count those in there, about 2,500. I'm averaging. It could be a little less, a
No,
little more.
I just want to make sure that we did lose population, but then again,
Okay?
how much did we really lose? But again, I don't know.
Yeah,
Chairman, if I may.
yeah, go ahead, Don.
I'm sorry, this is just kind of a pet peeve on my part. You lost population regardless of the prisons.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm certainly not disagreeing with your comment, Don,
Regardless of the prison.
regardless of the prison.
Then I'm fine.
Okay.
If you've got these concrete numbers, but you also have to remember, we lost prisoners in 10 years. So from 2010 to 2020, there was a substantial number of prisoners gone because of the closure of 2 prisons, and now we're finally closing the 3rd. So,
But
and
we
they
weren't-
would have been adults.
We weren't counting them in these data anyways, because we're not allowed to count the prisoners in that census data anymore that Don used.
In the census.
Right.
But in population, because I sat on Health District
Mm-hmm.
for a long time, and they were counted in our total population.
Yes, they were.
So
They were at one time.
there's a difference
They're-
Why don't we just say that?
that,
Sure, find a way to say that. Regardless of the loss of prisoners, we had a loss of jobs, population, young person, and increased vacancies.
we could make a footnote.
I don't think we want to do, I don't think we want to do a footnote, just make the statement.
Okay.
Regardless of the loss of prisoners, we,
Excuse me, could
Yeah.
you tell me what page you're on, please?
50, the bottom, economic findings.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, does everyone have a stomach for recognizing in there that we lost prisoners? Is that really important to us?
Well, it,
No, hold on. I'm asking everyone, because I know this is important to you, so I want to make sure. Nick, is it important to you that we recognize that we lost prisoners?
No.
Is it important to you, Chris? I know you guys can't vote, but your opinion matters.
I
Ken?
think it's in the numbers. I think we ought to say so if we know that it's in the numbers.
Okay. John?
No, I don't think it's important.
Ginny?
If it's in the numbers, it's not important.
Okay. I know it's important to you.
The only important part, I think, about the prison population would be relative to the sewerage. I know we have a increased sewer capacity with the prisons.
Yeah, we do, because of less prison, now we're going to
Well,
pick up.
that's what I'm saying. That's the only thing I think I know.
That's a positive for us, right?
No,
Yeah.
and I don't know if it will show a decrease in the pumping stations or.
I'm sure it will. We lose a little bit on the fee, though, because we were charging, as you know.
It's been a problem.
Yep.
You know?
Karan, is it important for you, us to mention that, in your opinion?
It's not that important.
Okay. So I have to be, no offense, I don't mean to be demeaning at all. There's only 2 of you that really feel it's important we should mention this, so I think we should just move on, to be quite honest with you, unless you want us to go through a vote.
no,
It's
everyone feels that it's not that important.
not important to mention.
And it is in the numbers, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
okay. And again, I don't mean to be demoting.
No, I just feel that, when we talk about population and we lose it, there's a reason for it.
But there's also, pretty much the numbers state there's other reasons why we lost population.
Fine.
All right, and anything else you want to add to this?
I have something.
Yeah, go ahead.
So on page 52,
Yep.
pre-application conference with Planning and Zoning Commission. So I just want to talk about that. So is it post the administrative review?
Arts?
Right, after art?
After art, they come to us.
Well, so I just don't understand what this is.
What bullet are you?
Yeah, what bullet are you in?
Streamline the land use.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
bottom of the page.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yes.
Pre-application conference with Planning and Zoning Commission. I'm for it. Maybe it'll help, but I know we can't talk about applications
Right.
amongst us once they come in.
Right.
So is it before they're received, before Art gets it? So,
So you actually can speak to, preliminarily on applications. And
Each other?
And sometimes that's, something that is an economic development tool that, for developers to be able to come in and at least get a feel. It's like, if they come in and you say, there's no way that we're ever going to approve a project that's 25 stories high, just as an example, I don't know. Then, they probably will say, you know what, maybe we need to go to a different town.
similar to what we did with the Felician sisters?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
They came in, remember?
Yeah,
And
they came in,
But-
and just because it's not that you're voting on it, you're just giving them an opinion as to whether or not you kind of feel that whatever their proposal is will fit into the regulations. And there is a
so this, I misunderstood. So this would take place at a warned meeting, on an agenda? That would be an agenda item?
That's
or would this
my
be like a-
interpretation. Maybe Don's thinking
Yeah,
of
what-
something different.
If I may explain here, so the recommendation is to utilize a master plan overlay approach. A master plan approach usually starts with a pre-application meeting. There's statutory authority for commissions to have a meeting or meetings with a potential applicant before an application is submitted to discuss essentially the concept of a development. It's an opportunity for the commission to provide feedback to the applicant. It's actually a very positive thing in the context of you get to see something before it lands on your desk. Number two is the statutory authority actually protects both parties from anything said in that basically nothing said in the pre-app meeting can be used against you later on. It's a free and open environment. The master plan overlay approach would then go to an application for the master plan. That is a zone change to have the master plan overlay placed on the map. As part of it, a conceptual master plan is submitted showing the various types, the various aspects of the development being proposed. Think of it as a site plan without all the detail. So it would show you building locations, it would show you parking, it would provide some architectural renderings, some samples of the kind of materials they're contemplating and so forth. But it doesn't have stormwater management and 2-foot contour intervals and all those things that take a ton of time and cost a ton of money. As a zone change application, you guys have broad discretion. It's a legislative decision. You can yay or nay it for basically any reason you want. So if you don't like it, you deny it. If you like it, then you approve it. They then have to come back to you for a site plan approval in the end to make sure that all those details, stormwater management, landscaping, so forth and so on, are actually met. This approach has become the kind of preferred approach in many, if not most, communities that are serious about development and economic development. West Hartford uses it, Manchester uses it. I've done such zones in North Stonington, Newington, and Bloomfield, and so forth and so on. It is a common practice. It shifts and changes the way the application proceeds, but it ultimately typically results in a better application. So just to get back to that first part, there is authority for pre-application meetings, an agenda item to have a discussion with a developer prior to an application coming before the commission around the concept and idea, and it's a non-binding discussion.
But in your recommendation down here, you're only recommending that we do that with an MPOZ.
Yeah, this recommendation is specific to a master plan approach. That being said, I mean, I'm favorable to pre-app meetings no matter what. You could do them with or without an MPOZ, but this recommendation is specific to the MPOZ.
Right.
It sounds like it's beneficial to do it in any case.
We do have them.
Yeah, we have arts with staff has
Staff,
us.
right?
Staff has
I'm
arts.
familiar with that one.
We have other things too, where the applicants are allowed, and we've had this before for wetlands, where they can meet informally with the commissions with permission of the chair.
I like it. I just wanted to understand how we're implementing it.
Well,
For me.
I don't mind it when it's, I'd have to think about it. And I don't want to say I don't mind it. Haven't thought about this, but as your chairman, I certainly, if we were ever to do more of these pre-application conferences as a whole commission, never as an individual. An individual should never meet with a prospective applicant even, period. Okay, because you get yourself in that recusal position if you do. So if we ever were to do any of these, it has to be a whole commission, an agenda item, televised. I guess that's my only point. So I don't mind leaving this in here because it's specifically for MPOZs. It's not a broad statement. Okay.
I just wanted an explanation.
Yeah, okay. Correct.
Yeah, the only comment I have is I would like to use this. The only comment I have is I'd like to use this statement as, hey, we are a business-friendly town. Come and see us, come and talk to us, tell us what you'd like to do. And that way, a developer has a good feel for whether or not his project, their projects are going to materialize in this town the best way they would like. So I would like that statement to remain as is.
Yeah.
And even enhance it with some kind of business-friendly language.
Mr. Chair, can you
Yeah.
elaborate on what you were just saying? Because
Yeah.
I know we can go onto people's properties and look at them, familiarize ourselves.
Yep.
How does that differ from what you were saying a minute ago about meeting or talking or to somebody?
I think that's for another discussion for another day, not for today. We could talk about it. We could talk about it later on. Let's just, we'll move on from that.
Oh, I thought you,
No. So basically, is there any other questions on this? Yeah, Commissioner D'Antonio?
For the section?
Yeah.
I'd like to propose a bullet point on page 52, a new
Yeah.
bullet point. Review and revise parking requirements as needed. I know this is a subject that's come up with many applications before. So I'd like to
Well, we're gonna-
kinda set us up for success.
That's, to be honest with you, Chris, that's in other sections.
It's
You
in-
want to add that here?
It's in the housing section, but it's not in the economic. So this would be more regarding business development.
You want to add that we review the parking requirements?
Yep.
I personally think there's probably going to be a suggestion to remove that statement entirely. I don't think we want to add that here. If you want to try to add that here and see how the vote's going to be, you're more than welcome to do that.
I mean, I know it's a topic that's come up with the business applications that's come up. I want to set us up.
If you want to ask someone to make a motion to add that here, that you want to what, lessen the parking requirements?
I say review and revise as needed.
We do that already. And be honest with you, I'm not being negative. I don't think we need to add that statement, Chris, be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, that's for somebody to make a motion, so that's fine.
Would
if
someone like to
nobody
make that
makes it.
motion?
repeat that again?
Review and revise parking requirements as needed under this economic development section as a strategy for improvement.
Okay, thank you.
I have some.
Yep, Ginny?
If we're finished with everything else, the streamlined land use application and permitting
Oh,
process.
sorry, Ginny, could you start again, please?
Okay, under the streamline the land use application and permitting process, the third bullet is site plan approval. We're talking business regional, business local, industrial park, and industrial 1 zones. And to me, those are our biggest buildings and biggest uses. And I don't think a site plan is always adequate to do that. If we're limiting ourselves and taking away special use permit for that, I think it's a mistake.
Chairman, if I may.
Yeah, I think that's only for the.
This is not a proposed change to eliminate special permits. It is a comprehensive application process if you were to adopt a master plan approach.
OZ, right.
And the discretion, which is far greater discretion to deny, occurs in the zone change application, which provides far greater discretion than a special permit does. So this application would require a public hearing, and the commission would have, such an application requires a public hearing and would have the commission would have broad discretion for denial.
Okay.
Right, again, that whole bullet is only about MPOZs, not about anything else.
Really?
Any other discussion?
Correct. Sorry, I muted myself.
That's okay. I saw you nod. Anything else on Chapter 6? Is anything else on Chapter 6? I think we adopted everything, so Mr. Secretary, does staff have anything they want to add on Chapter 6? No? Mr. Secretary?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Chapter 6 as amended, the commercial and industrial section, to also include amendments to page 10 to coincide with the amendments made under Chapter 6 as well.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Secretary Petronillo, seconded by Commissioner Helinski. Discussion on Chapter 6. Seeing none, Secretary, whenever you're ready.
Louis Fiore,
Approved.
Virginia Higley,
Approve.
Linda DeGray,
Approve.
Francis Alamo,
Approved.
Kiran Majmudar,
Approved.
Kenneth Helinski,
Approved.
and John Petronella is approved.
The record shows approved unanimously. Now moving on to chapter 7. Now, chapter 7, the only thing I'd like to bring up relates to page 56 and page 10, which of course is the summarized bullet. Invest in amenities. I'm all for that stuff. I definitely want to see a breakout of that to specifically mention parks. So I'm not sure if we want to create another bullet or just expand that, take out parks and specifically mention parks, and particularly that the town of Enfield should develop a comprehensive park development and maintenance plan.
Chairman, I would recommend, if that's your desire, I would recommend an additional bullet.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, John. So I would, well, I'll quasi make a motion here, that we had an additional bullet on page 56 would also carry over to page 10, that the Enfield should create a comprehensive park development and maintenance plan. People are willing to expand on it if they want. That's my shot at it.
That's good language. Yep.
So moved.
Second.
Are we taking parks out of
Yeah,
the
and
other?
also take parks out of that bullet.
That last bullet?
That last bullet, i.e., just put, i.e. walking trails, library, et cetera. Parks be by itself. I just want to make sure staff's okay with that.
So this would be a new bullet, create a comprehensive parks, maintenance, and development plan.
Yes.
Are you going to make a motion for that one, or? Okay.
And that's also, in the investment amenities, you can take the word parks out of that bullet on page 10 and 56. No sense being redundant. I need someone to make a motion for that. Commissioner Valinsky volunteers. Yes, thank you.
Yes, yeah, so moved.
Seconded by Commissioner DeGray. Thank you.
What was it? what-
Commissioner Higley, yes. Discussion on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the motion is basically to add the, get rid of the last bullet on page 56, but then substitute the,
No,
No.
no?
just take
So-
parks out.
Parks.
Out and then make a bullet.
Take the parks out of that, of the last bullet, and then put the parks by itself.
Yeah.
the Park improvements by itself as a new bullet.
Yeah.
Bullet.
We don't have a plan for parks as it stands.
Right.
Okay? Are we going too fast?
Is that enough clarification? Just wondering if, is that enough clarification?
Yeah, that's fine. I think we're all set. There's a motion made by Commissioner Helinski, seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I had nothing else on my notes for Chapter 7. Anyone else have anything they want to bring up on Chapter 7?
No.
Yeah, Chris?
Are we doing wording corrections or no? Like
Yeah, wording
missing
corrections, but
words?
we don't have to vote on. If you like typos or spelling, yes.
Yep, two on page 56, on the second bullet, facility disposition plan. The last words should be could be sold.
Second bullet?
Facility disposition plan, it's missing the word be.
Oh.
Could be
I
sold.
thought it was, okay, the second bullet at top, okay.
Second, yeah. And then
Well, okay, well, now that I found it, what is it again?
could be, it's missing the word be,
On 56, yeah.
page 56.
And could be, not should be? Could.
Well, it says could, but it's just missing a word. Could be sold.
Could sold.
Oh, there we go. I'm looking
there you
at should be.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Got it, got it.
And a second one, create a comprehensive community facilities plan. Consider completing,
Completing.
it's missing the L.
Thanks.
Yeah, we're not going to vote on those. Are strictly typo errors. Is there any other? Thank you, Chris. Yep.
Yeah,
Commissioner Limo?
Under,
What page, Frank?
56,
Yep.
so social services, looking through it, I don't see anything here for elderly. Under facilities, section, ballparks, recreational structure. I'm just wondering if under social services, we could just mention, the elderly, our elderly recreation. We do have our elderly recreation center now, but I just don't see it. Maybe I'm missing it?
Well, how about if we add it to investment in amenities?
Sure.
How about if we add, so where it says walking trails, the library, et cetera, why don't we say, I hate to use the word elderly recreation?
I don't know, is there a new word?
I don't know. Oh, Don left.
You have to be very careful what you say
Yes.
now, so
Yeah.
is there a new word for
Staff.
elderly?
There actually is. The elderly care coordinator has mentioned that there is a new term used to describe the elderly population. I just can't remember off the top of my head, but I can get it from him later on.
Text it.
I don't know where it
It's
is.
a new word for everything.
Don, do you happen to know what that word might be?
What's the new word for elderly population?
Older.
That was all.
We need to have something in there too.
Georgie has a hotline to
Okay.
this.
How about
Oh, yes,
senior-
yes,
Senior
yes.
citizen,
Senior,
senior citizen. I was surprised to learn about it.
There's a new word.
I know.
Isn't it?
It was like a badge of honor, wasn't it? Elderly?
Yeah,
So they refer to,
Pejorative term.
I don't know.
they took out the word elderly, and now it's just referred to as older adults.
Older adults, it's called.
Older
Is
It's called
older.
older adults now.
So,
We need a section for older adults.
so there's a motion made by, all right, everybody, let's get it back in, so we can go home a decent time tonight. Yes,
Just a couple of grammar things.
yeah, wait, come on, we'll get to Frank's first. So Commissioner Limo has made an amendment here to invest in amenities. Remember where we took out the word parks? If we can also add, what was it?
What was it?
Older adults.
Older adults.
Older adult older adult needs or older adult recreation facility. No, older adult recreation.
Okay.
Recreation,
Is that,
pickleball
you're looking, is that good?
I'm just thinking if recreation is the correct word.
Oh, my God.
I think
We
it
need a new
sounds great.
dictionary.
I don't want to use facilities.
So
I don't want to do
amenities
facilities.
are already,
No, it's under facilities.
Under amenities.
it's under amenities, so you're.
Older
walking
adult
trails,
needs.
A library.
Needs.
Older
Older adult
Older
needs.
adult needs?
Plus
Needs.
that
Commissioner Lamos made-
tackles every bullet point for older
There you
adults.
go.
Because it's right there in invest in amenities. So Commissioner Limo has said older adult needs in that instead of parks.
And
Is
that
there a
fixed
second?
Second.
Seconded by
Thank you.
Vice Chairman Higley. Any discussion on that change? Seeing none, all those in favor of that
Frank
change?
Shinny.
All right.
That'll also be done on page 10 and 56. So instead of that parks and brackets, we'll add that statement. And Commissioner LaFakis, you had something.
Yes, under strategies for improvement, 1, 2, 3 bullets down, invest in social services. The second line, I think it should be right in the middle, and provide for the basic needs instead of and providing. And then there should be a D at the end of disadvantage, at the end of the line.
Okay.
And the same a couple of sentences down. Disadvantage should be disadvantaged.
Yes.
And again, those are clerical errors, so we're not going to vote on those. Okay,
Okay.
okay,
7.
all right. Anything else for this chapter?
No, chapter 7.
Did we get the one there, did we get the, yeah, we did get that typo there on facility disposition plan. All right, is that it for chapter 7? I'll entertain a motion, Mr. Secretary, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Chapter 7, Community Facilities as amended, and also to amend page 10, bullet point under Chapter 7, to include changes made to Chapter 7.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded made by Commissioner, so motion made by Secretary Petronella, seconded by Commissioner Helinski. Any discussion on Chapter 7? Final discussion? Seeing none. Seeing none, Secretary, roll call.
Yeah, Louis Fiore,
Approve.
Virginia Higley,
approve,
Linda DeGray,
Approved.
Francis Alamo,
Approved.
Kiran Majmudar,
Approved.
Kenneth Helinski,
Approved.
and John Petronella is approved.
Thank you. That chapter is done. Now I'm going to move on to Chapter 8, Infrastructure. I had nothing here. Staff have anything in, yep, staff have anything in Section 8? Chapter 8? No? Commissioner DeGray?
I did not.
When we were on page 58, I wrote all over the number, I couldn't see it, where we're talking about, all right, I gotta find it exactly, adding EV stations. Shouldn't we have something in here about the new law where EV stations are required by law to be installed with new construction?
It might already be included.
They're right here.
It says
Electrical
PA
vehicle charging station.
22-25.
On
I was on the
pages-
wrong page.
On page 61.
That was, I think I made notes twice. All right, nope, never mind. Never mind. I'm good then.
You're all set?
I'm all set.
Does anyone else have anything in Chapter 8? Mr. Chair? Yes, yep. Commissioner Fick?
Center of page 60, I have a
60.
red
Yeah.
word that says define.
Staff knows.
We're
Yep.
going to delete that.
Yeah, thank you. Anything? Commissioner D'Antonio?
I have I'll do clerical errors.
Yep.
The bottom of page 58 is the second line from the bottom. It's the Connecticut Siting Council. There's 2 T's. There's just 1 T.
Do you have that one? Thank you.
Page 66, just design, not typo here. Incorporate access management requirements into zoning. That second bullet point on page 66. The following sentences should not be bold. Just consistent design. Just formatting.
Yeah, yep.
And then the last bullet point, to be consistent, the entire last bullet point is supposed to be bold and have a period at the end. Consistent formatting.
Okay.
Okay, we have all the period missings and everything.
Great.
Just one addition, I'm
Yep.
proposing page 65, under the first bullet point, proposing adding a 4th sub-bullet after expanding the sidewalk network, add a 4th bullet point that says expanding bicycle network.
Would that be on bicycle network?
Bicycle.
Then would that be under encourage alternate modes of transportation or expand sidewalk network?
You could put it under both essentially.
Put under both?
Because
I
we
think-
are looking into alternatives for
Yeah,
transportation,
yeah.
and we were talking about safe crosswalks and bicycle
Yeah.
lanes. So that's a great bullet to add.
Yeah. So, will someone make that motion for Commissioner
We're
D'Antonio?
putting it
So
2
moved.
places.
Yep.
We get clarification
Yep.
on that?
I mean, I think you just need it, the 4th sub-bullet under alternative modes of transportation. I don't think we need to be redundant.
Okay.
Just one thing, in that second
Well,
bullet.
let's do Chris's first.
Well,
It is.
it is Chris's, it's on Chris's.
Yeah.
It says requiring proposed development to include accommodations for bicycle,
Bicycle.
pedestrian, and electrical
Yeah.
vehicles. So wouldn't we be redundant by adding a 4th one, expanding? 'Cause we're
To clarify,
requiring
that's for proposed developments, accommodations, so that would be more development, including bicycle parking and other bicycle amenities, whereas the bicycle network is
Right.
town infrastructure.
Okay, I
Right.
just needed to be clear what you were trying. So would it be expanding bicycle networking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bicycle paths.
Bicycle path network?
That would be
Bicycle
better.
path
All right,
network.
thank you.
Bicycle network lanes. Path network.
Path network is probably best.
And again, the reason why you wanted a separate bullet is because the other one relates to proposed developments, not current conditions.
That's right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Alinsky.
To make a motion that we revise page 65 with the addition of a fourth bullet under encouraging alternate modes of transportation to state expanding bicycle path network.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Alinsky. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray. And Christ, Higley, I've been doing that all night.
That's okay. She can have it.
And you and I
don't
see each
care.
other like 6 times a month.
I know.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Any discussion on this? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. The record shows unanimous to add that bullet point. Is there anything else for this chapter? Yep, Commissioner Limo.
Yes, on page 61 on the electric vehicle chargers.
Yep.
So I think it's talking about Public Act 2025. That's one started in January 2023, I believe.
Yep.
My mic's not on. Yeah, I'm sorry. Public Act 2025 started in January 2023, which I think we've already had some applications. It talks about redevelopment projects. So I was under the impression that we could only use that Public Act on new projects. So I don't know if that's correct, that we can have it used on redevelopment projects. We did have an applicant offered it to do it on their own that came before us recently, that was doing a redevelopment.
Mr. Chair, I believe it is correct.
What's correct?
The redevelopment is correct.
What-
It's included in the statute.
It is included in the
Yes.
statute. Okay.
Okay.
I think for a little while it was ambiguous or
That's good to know, because I don't think we knew that before. I didn't.
right. I think there was some discussion at the planning level and attorney level whether that was true or not. So there was some, gray area there, but I think that's been kind of tightened up.
Okay. Then it probably a table somewhere and how many and all that.
I'm sure it's coming.
Okay. Thank you. So we're good with that,
Okay.
the way it's written?
Yeah, I think so. But it was a good question because we had a gray area there
We
for a
did.
while.
Yeah,
Yep.
well, it
Yes, we
just
did.
got adopted.
Yep. Any other discussion? Yep.
Sorry, just one quick clerical error. I missed in adding that fourth bullet. The second sub-bullet under page 65, encourage alternative modes of transportation. The second sub-bullet, bicycles should have an S at it, and charging stations should have an S at the end. They should all be plural.
Do you have that?
Can-
Yeah, well, I'm going to let you guys catch up before we
Yeah,
go any
yeah,
further.
we have it.
Okay.
You got it.
And I'm going to let you guys catch up.
Could you at least, what was the bullet? Which one?
It's the bullet for requiring proposed developments to include accommodations for bicycles, pedestrians, and electric vehicles under encourage alternative modes of transportation. Bullet 2.
Is there a page?
Page 67, 66?
My pagination is different than yours.
You should have the exact same one we have.
Page 65.
65, thank you.
Yep, page 65.
Okay, are we done with section chapter 8? I'm looking again for the last time. I feel like a salesman here, going once, twice.
No, you're a conductor.
Barker or
Conductor.
whatever, yeah. All right, Mr. Secretary, chapter 8.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Chapter 8, Infrastructure of the POCD, as amended on page 65.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion made by Secretary Petronella, seconded by Vice Chairman Higley. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call whenever you're ready, Mr. Secretary.
Louis Fiore,
4.
Virginia Higley,
4.
Linda DeGray,
4.
Francis Alimo.
4.
Kiran Majmudar,
4.
Kenneth Alinsky,
4.
and John Petronella is 4.
The record shows unanimous exception of Chapter 8. Now we're moving on to Chapter 9. The only thing I had on Chapter 9 was, again, on page 73 and on page 11. If you want to backtrack, it's up to you. It's on both 73 and 11. Wait for everybody to catch up. Again, build upon a 2014 Enfield Energy Strategy and the 2017-19. Again, a great strategy. I think we kind of all know what it is, but as far as I can tell, and I think staff, we've asked for this, there is no list. There is no list from the Joint Facilities Committee of the likely town buildings for rooftop installations. Unfortunately, no one can find the list, or no one wants to own up to it. But I do like the idea. I'm not advocating that we remove the general statement, but I think we need to remove any reference to a list that, unfortunately, if it does exist, no one wants to produce it. So we need to, I personally feel we need to reword that sentence in both bullets.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Perhaps rather than honor the prior commitment, we could just say, consider maximizing the use of renewable energy for government operations and improve public access wherever possible. I probably have to change the bullet title.
Well, no, to be honest with you, they did have a committee. So I know there was a committee, it's just that there wasn't a list. Or there's not a list anyone wants to give us, or there's not a list anyone wants to own up to. And to be honest with you, and I understand where you're going here, Lori, but to be honest with you, I like the part that at least we're talking about town buildings for rooftop installations. I don't want to remove that statement. But I think we just need to be much more careful by.
We just say create a list?
Yeah, how about if we just create a list of likely town buildings for rooftop installations and, right. Thank you, Matt. So I guess I'm advocating that. Create a list of likely town buildings for rooftop installations to continue exploring financing options, such as the Connecticut Greenback programs. I'm looking here, I'm looking for someone to help me out. Could do that as a motion, because I really should be making motions. Commissioner Majumdar, making a motion that we change that sentence on page 11 and 73 to state, create a list of likely town buildings. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice Chairman Higley. Is there a discussion on that particular recommendation? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The record shows unanimous to change that sentence in page 11 and 73. I had nothing else for Chapter 9.
I don't either.
Staff doesn't have anything either. Is any, Commissioner D'Antonio?
I have a proposed new bullet point on page 73 under water supply planning and management. New bullet point, reducing use of fresh water for irrigation.
Did you get that?
Okay, that's
Can
a
you repeat that
suggestion.
one more time?
Reducing use of fresh water for irrigation.
So I guess I'm going to look at staff if they want to comment on that. I don't know enough about the implications of that to want to add that. I'm hoping,
Like public water or well water, ponds?
I would say all of the above, but especially town water.
To me, that would just fall under the first bullet point, investing in water conservation whenever possible. Just one of the tools.
Sure, makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's already there, yeah.
Yeah, if we don't feel a need to clarify, then that
Okay.
works.
thank you. Thank you. Is there anything else on Chapter 9? I'm looking down the road, Everybody all set? All right. Mr. Secretary, whenever you're ready for Chapter 9.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Chapter 9, Sustainable and Resilient Enfield, as amended on page 73 and corresponding page 11.
Thank you. Motion made by the Secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Helinski. Is there any discussion on this chapter? Looking down the line here, seeing none, whenever the Secretary's ready.
Lou Fiore,
Approve.
Virginia Higley,
Approve.
Linda DeGray,
Approve.
Francis Alamo,
Approve.
Kieran Majmudar,
Approve.
Kenneth Helinski,
Approve.
and John Petronella is approved.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to Chapter 10. Yeah, 10. Yep, 10. Repositioning towns to compete for investment. I had nothing here. Commissioner DeGray.
I just have one comment where it says on page 78, zoning regulations for non-conforming bulk and area requirements. We just adopted new regulations for the Thompsonville Village in 2019, so really, we've never had a chance to implement any of that because of COVID hitting and things kind of came to a screeching halt for a lot of places yeah, I mean, we've done some work, but to really, I don't think we've had a chance to really see the new regulations in place. Given
Where are you referring on the?
on page 78, zoning regulations and non-conforming bulk area. We redid those and accepted new regulations in 2019. So we just did them. We did reduce the setbacks and increase the bulk area, and then COVID hit. So
Yeah. I will say that we've actually had a number of inquiries where things were kind of like, well, I'm not sure if you could really do that. It doesn't quite fit. And I think that if you recall, we were kind of at the end of our contract, and we had to get these adopted, and I think that they could still be tweaked a little bit. You know, you've got to remember, everything that is in here, it says, consider doing this.
I know, but
So-
it just seems like
It's just that if we consider doing this and we find the need for it and it's in here, then it's more likely than we might be able to get discretionary funding for a consultant to help us.
It's beneficial in case we ever have to revise them again.
Yeah.
all right, fine.
I mean,
Just a comment. Thank you.
Any other comments or anything on it? Commissioner Lakis?
I'm not sure if we previously corrected this, but on page 77, the second line down, about 3/4 of the way across, it says, "Nor do neighborhood improve overnight." Probably put an S there.
About second sentence in the middle. Yeah. Thank you. Again, we're not going to vote on that, but thank you for your attention. Commissioner D'Antonio?
Right after that, page 77, just clerical error. That second paragraph about midway down, the fact is the community intuitively knows, that should be an S, and understands, that should be an S at the end, what is not working in Thompsonville. They also know what is needed, so we just have to add the word is.
Can you do that again, because they're doing it, so a little bit slower this time. You got them? Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Yeah. Anything else on chapter 10? I'm looking down the line here. Mr. Secretary, I guess whenever you're ready for chapter 10.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Chapter 10, Thompsonville competing for investment, as submitted.
Thank you. There's a motion made by the Secretary, seconded by Vice Chairman Higley to accept Chapter 10. Any discussion?
who made the second?
Seeing none, Mr. Secretary, whenever you're ready for Chapter 10.
Lou Fiore,
Approve.
Virginia Higley,
Approve.
Linda DeGray,
Approve.
Francis Alamo,
Approved.
Kiran Majmudar,
Approved.
Kenneth Alinsky,
Approved.
and John Petronella is approved.
Thank you. Let the record show is unanimous. 7-0 to approve Chapter 10. Now we're on to Chapter 11. So I'll start with probably the first one that's, probably got some agita. Basically, I fully understand where we were coming from, talking about the TIA special development in the prison area. I certainly understand our intention of what we were trying to do. But having said that, at least as this commissioner, would just as soon at this point now to lower the temperature on everything, I think we should remove all reference to TIAE special development state prison properties on page 81 and on page 85. It's state property, most of it, the area, most of it, not all of it. If the development is going to happen out there, they're going to have to come to us in a site plan review or a special use permit. Some of that area is protected wildlife area, whatever you want to call it. It's brought to our attention. So I would just as soon, at this point, we'll handle that normally and let's not identify that as any kind of special development area.
Second that.
So I think that's,
I'll move.
again, I'm not for not developing that area, but let them come through normal channels.
Where
Let's
is
not
this again?
bring it out
Just
there.
so-
Yep,
Oh, special development.
yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would be on page 81 and the map on page
85.
85.
So eliminate that whole thing as well as the map.
Yep, the whole reference to it.
So,
Well, listen,
so it's TIAE,
TIAE.
special
Correct.
development,
Yep.
eliminated.
I don't want to make that motion. I'm
Okay,
just,
so,
yep.
well,
Yeah.
I will.
Commissioner
moved.
Higley has made that
And I'll
motion.
second that.
Seconded by Commissioner DeGray. Is there discussion?
No,
Would that make TIAF,
before you.
TIA?
Yes, that would make TIAFE
Bottom map, right?
and the
Yes.
bottom map.
Bottom map,
Yes.
yep.
But that also makes TIAF TIAE.
Maybe you could like put a red box around it or something.
Is there any, there's motion made and seconded. Motion made by Commissioner, Vice Chairman Higley, seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray. Is there discussion on this? Discussion. All those in favor of moving this?
Aye.
Aye.
Let the record show is unanimous to remove. I had nothing else in Chapter 11. Anybody else have anything in Chapter 11? I'm looking around. Going once, twice. Seeing that, anytime you're ready, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Chapter 11 Strategic and Targeted Investment Plan as amended, amendments discussed on page 81 and 85.
Motion made by the Secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
Second made by Commissioner Helinski. Is there any discussion on this chapter? Commissioner Majumdar.
Page 87,
That's next chapter.
No, that's Chapter 10.
No,
Yeah,
that is
page 87.
No?
the small sketch that talks about plan of conservation development, TIA A, B, C, D, E, F. That may change
Yeah.
to just A, B, C.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
So all reference to TIAE will be removed.
Thank you.
Yes, and then F is changed to E.
There will be a new.
Understood.
Understood. I think it's understood. Thank you, Commissioner Majumdar. We didn't see that one. All right. I guess we're ready for a roll call.
So I just want to clarify that
Yep.
the maps will be larger and more, and
Yep.
be clearer, and we are going to be creating a map book as an appendix with all the maps in
Yep.
there,
Yep.
so.
Thank you. Thank you again for that clarification. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Secretary.
Lou Fiore,
Approve.
Virginia Higley,
Approve.
Linda DeGray,
Approve.
Francis Alaimo,
Approve.
Kiran Majmudar,
Approved.
Kenneth Helinski,
Approved.
and John Petronella is approved.
Let the record show that it's unanimous to accept. I think we need to skip on Chapter 12 for time because we have some things that we might have to change depending on what we do with Chapter 5.
Okay.
So I want to skip Chapter 12 and now we're going to go to Chapter 5.
Are you doing chapter 13 last?
Got 13?
13,
Is there a 13?
12. Oh, state and regional plans. Yeah, we had to adopt it. So I'm sorry, well, let's go to Chapter 13 on page 98. We're going to skip Chapter 12 because we might have to make some changes there. Chapter 13, I had nothing. Yep, go ahead.
Just one, and it's just a typo. Under Growth Management, Principle 3, second paragraph, along Route 190 corridor near, it should be that's the only thing I found on that one.
Anybody else on Chapter 13? Anybody on Chapter 13? I'll take a motion to approve, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Chapter 13, Consistency, State and Regional Plans as submitted.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second made by Commissioner Helinski. Motion made by Secretary Petronella, seconded by Commissioner Helinski. Any discussion on Chapter 13? Seeing none, whenever you're ready, Mr. Secretary.
Louis Fiore,
Approve.
Virginia Higley,
Approved.
Linda DeGray,
Approve.
Francis Alamo,
Approve.
Kiran Majmudar,
Approved.
Kenneth Helinski,
Approved.
and John Petronella is approved.
Now we're going to go to Chapter 5. Page, it starts on 44, but I'm actually going to start on page 48, since I'm the bus driver. Again, we can go back and forth. I know all of you have, some things, so, but let me knock off mine, because that might be knocking off a lot of yours too, or maybe not.
Okay.
The first thing I'd like to bring up on page 48, when you look at strategies for improvement, is I'm advocating that we just totally remove that last sentence. The last sentence reads, new housing should encourage and favor multifamily residential housing as standalone development as part of mixed-use developments. I just think we should remove that whole statement. I just think we should remove that whole statement.
Oh, yes, okay.
That sits best with me. Just remove it.
Yep.
We should encourage all kinds of housing, period.
So moved.
Second.
So the motion made by Vice Chairman Higley, seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray, just to remove that sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Any discussion? Any discussion?
Nope.
Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Let the record show it was unanimous to remove that sentence. Moving on, I'm flagging things that were brought up in a lot of cases. So I'm not saying I advocate this. I'm just saying there was definitely, I did notice one error. If you go to page 9, and then you jump over to page 48, that second allow multifamily housing in BR, BP, BL, and I-1 zones. On the bullet on page 9, BL is missing. I'll let staff get there.
Mr. Chairman, there's 2 bullets where it's missing.
BR,
Second and the fourth.
BR, BP, and BL. I'm not going to talk. I'm talking about I-1 different.
But you're pointing out that it's missing BL.
Yes.
There's 2 bullet points that are missing BL that have a discrepancy.
Where's the other one?
It's, look on page.
It's two down.
Oh, okay.
Two
Yeah,
down
you're right.
and
Yep.
4
Thank
down.
you. I missed that one. Thank you. Yep, you're right. I mean, but let's talk about that other one first. I had a second question on the one you brought up. That's why I didn't talk about it. So I'm advocating that the BL be added to that one bullet on page 9 where it says allow multi-family housing in BR, BP. It also should state BL.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Does anyone have a problem with that?
Nope.
All those in favor of adding BL to that? Okay. Is everyone in favor or not in favor of that, keeping that multifamily housing in I-1 zones?
I'm not in favor.
Okay.
I'm not either.
So
I
there's,
think it's too drastic a difference to cohabitate together.
okay, so that's 2 people not, I'm going to go around the horn on that. Karan, 4,
Not in favor. I'd like to preserve the industrial land. We don't want to lose it.
okay, so that's 3. I'm looking around.
Not in favor.
Okay, 4. Frank? Or-
I'm just reading.
Okay, I'll come back to you. John?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Not. Chris?
I'm in favor of removing it for the sake of decreasing sprawl, honestly. It's not so much the industrial zone, it's where the industrial zones are. I think we should be encouraging growth in the core of town.
Okay.
So that's why I would remove it.
Frank, you're the last one?
Yeah, I'm in favor of keeping it because it says underutilized.
Okay. All right.
So if it's not utilized
Okay.
for that, it can be for something else.
Okay,
Do I read that?
okay.
Yes.
I'm against keeping it only because I want to bring the temperature down.
Yep.
I'm being quite honest with you guys and my commissioners. I just want to bring the temperature down. We need to move on in a positive manner. Other than that, I really don't care one way or the other. So I'm for removing it, which basically means not counting the alternates. There was 5 of us that wanted to remove it and 2 that want to keep. So I certainly don't want to agitate the 2 that want to keep. Certainly that's something, John and Frank, that we could come back and visit. And we're not, this isn't a law. So if something came up in the industrial zone that sounded, a right fit for us, and I don't want to mention any properties, the one that comes to my mind, and I want to mention it, that doesn't mean we can't revisit it.
Well, keeping it, I don't know if this is correct now, but keeping it may avoid problems where you have that zone next to residential, and then somebody comes in and, builds industrial or commercial next to residential like we've had happen, and it upsets people. Maybe they'd rather see homes. I mean, we had 2 cases lately in our town where I think the people would have rather have seen residential opposed to what got built there.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you.
That's why I think keeping that option in place could encourage somebody to build something else.
But again, the statement is multifamily housing.
It's part-
Well,
Again, allow multifamily housing in BR, BP, BL, and I-1 zones.
there might be another chapter that's similar that says mixed use. I think almost, is it coming up?
Yeah, and I think that's different.
Mixed use is different. That's maybe more, maybe better. Mixed use rather. I mean,
is specifically talk about multifamily housing in BR, BP, BL, and I-1 zones. And I think, no offense against, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 of us are in favor of removing that. You 2 guys do, and I just want to give you a chance to respond, because I certainly value your opinions. But it seems to be a majority of us want to take that part out.
Yeah, just if I may, I look at, I believe it's Long Meadow, East Long Meadow, the line behind the old Milton Bradley Toy Company, where you see the industrial park in that area, and you see some sort of a mixed use in there. You do see some residential in there, and so forth. I look at that as a good fit. It seems to work over there, and it seems to be pretty popular. So, again, if there is industrial property that abuts other areas of town that are residential, to use your phrase, to bring the temperature down, if industry gets a bad shake to try to go in there, it's another option for that property. It doesn't condemn it, if you will.
that's exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, I see both ends of it. Yeah, I see both sides of this.
That brings the temperature down, but boy, could we had the temperature up.
Yeah.
But I
Commissioner Gray?
I think we also have to remember that we need to consider affordable housing. And having read the new 8-30G, affordable housing is not allowed in the industrial areas. So I just don't want somebody coming in and going, hey, let's rezone this, and it's in an industrial area so that we can put affordable housing there. So
If we remove the I-1 zone from these statements, does that preclude us from allowing it
no,
if an application comes in?
No, it's just a guide.
just got,
Because this is just a guide.
Just a guide.
So, I mean, granted, you have the words in there that say you can do it, so that would encourage,
right.
people to go do that, okay? But by taking it out, I'm not sure we're precluding, development in that area.
So I have another suggestion then. See where it says allow multifamily housing in BR, BP, BL, and I-1 zones?
Yeah.
Why don't we just say consider? Consider allowing multifamily housing in BR, BP, BL, and I-1 zones. And just leave it all there. That leaves us pretty much wide open, right?
No.
Or do you think we need to be stronger? I'm looking at
Yes.
staff.
Yes.
I think stronger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, for just clarification, this is talking about multifamily housing. It doesn't say
Right.
affordable, it says multifamily.
It's multifamily, right.
Multifamily and
Right.
affordable.
But we don't call it
Be affordable, somebody wants to do a set aside.
Right, but it's not specifying that.
Right.
It's just saying, so the idea is, ironically, a number of citizens spoke saying that they wanted a lot of the industrial areas to become more residential. So, but yet then we also had others speaking saying, no, we don't want to have residential next to industrial. So it's kind of, it's something you're going to have to play with when you actually work on a regulation that would allow this.
The way our zoning is, that's what we end up with.
Right. So, and as far as, saying, consider, you could put consider or investigate in front of any sentence in this
Yeah.
book. So that's, that's really your decision as to how you want to.
Can we just talk on that term, affordable? We don't call it isn't it rent? What's it called? What's it called now?
Workforce.
But there really is no such term as a workforce. We've kind of
Yeah.
adapted that to watch our verbiage.
Yeah, because,
It's based on, the wording is
affordable-
based on the statute.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I
And
mean,
then it's a certain price range.
Yep.
Don, can you, again, I know it's
Yeah,
like the
can we get
10th
that-
time, but let's
Can we
go
get the
ahead
new
again.
dictionary out again,
Yeah.
please?
Specifically, what are you asking me?
Please explain what affordable housing really is versus workforce housing.
Or affordable, yeah.
Multifamily, right?
That's
I
different.
don't know.
Multifamily is multifamily.
So affordable housing, and I think it actually, affordable housing has multiple definitions. So the first way to think about affordable housing is in the HUD definition that basically says, if a household spends more than 30% of their income on housing, then the housing is unaffordable. The way to then, just theoretically to calculate that, just to give you an idea, if you are earning $75,000 a year times 0.3, spending more than $22,500 a year on housing, divide that by 12, approximately $1,875 a month, whether that's mortgage, taxes and, so forth, or whether that's rent. If you are spending more than $1,900 a month, housing is unaffordable. That's the first way to think about affordability. The second way of thinking about affordability gets into the 8-30G Land Use Appeals Act, which specifically defines kinds of housing that qualify under the state definition as affordable. And that's various programs, voucher programs, CHFA, first-time home mortgages, rental assistance programs, and so forth and so on. And then also what's called set-aside development. So that's developments that indeed restrict housing for 40 years to be affordable at for households where they spend less than 30% of their household income. The affordability threshold is 80% of median area income. In the Hartford region, that means about $78,000 a year qualifies as affordable as a household income. So I think that's where you end up using this word workforce housing, because you're really at 80% AMI, you are not talking about poor persons. Federal poverty level is 30% AMI, far lower than the 80% AMI threshold. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you, Don. Thank you very much. Did that help you a little bit?
Yeah. Don, what about I think we called them teeny houses or tiny houses, subdivisions of small square foot housing that's popping up? No, these are subdivisions of
These are
just
tiny
small houses.
Right.
That are affordable, but they're single family, standalone, teeny, what do you call them? Teeny houses? I think we've talked about
Yeah.
They're popping up all over the country.
There's been a trend towards, teeny houses or small houses and so forth. And in some ways, they may naturally be affordable. At the end of the day, You know, in the greater Hartford market, it probably costs about $240 a square foot to build a house. So do the math. A 1,000 square foot house is going to cost $240,000. A 2,000 square foot house is going to cost $480,000. So then a 500 square foot house would cost what? Half of 240 is what? 120. So if you reduce the square footage, if you allow something like these tiny houses, then it falls back into more of an affordability range. If we're talking about $75,000 to $80,000 as 80% AMI, then you're talking about a house in the range somewhere around $225,000 could fall into an affordability category.
So let's just for a second talk about that square footage price. I mean, if you're going to do tiny houses, you don't necessarily have to use the most expensive tile and marble and cabinets that are out there. So I don't know about that square footage price. How do you come up with that?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of an average number. I mean, the more you get into higher end product and so forth, you're going to see that number climb pretty quickly. But just, you know, talking for the, you know, typical, you know, colonial being built in the greater Hartford region, you know, $240,000 a square foot is probably a good estimate. So.
Okay, so let's get back to whether, it seems like 5 of us want to remove the I-1 zone from that particular statement. Understand this is just a guide.
Yep.
It's not removing it from us from ever having to consider that if an application came in front of us.
Right.
So, John and Frank, are you?
And I like that you say that, because I say to people, it's just a guide, and people say, no, it's not, it's law, we can get sued over it.
No.
And I say it's always a guide. That's what I say.
If we denied something probably just because it isn't part of the POCD, maybe we could, but we wouldn't, there's other reasons why you deny applications.
Right.
So
But the POCD is not a standalone denial.
No, it is not. It cannot be a standalone.
Cannot be a standalone denial.
John, are you kind of okay with the direction? So is there a motion to remove the I-1 zone from that statement on page 9, 48, and 94?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion made by Vice Chairman Higley, seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray, to remove the I-1 zone statement from allow multifamily housing on page 9, 48, and 94. 94 is that chart in the back. Remember I was saying that chapter 12?
What was the first page? 9. Oh, 9, okay.
948 and the chart on page 94. There's a motion made. Any discussion on the motion?
Just one thing on page 94.
Yeah, we're going to get to it. We're going to get to that when we get to that chapter.
The B, it needs to add the BL zone to that.
Yeah, we'll do that when we get to that chapter, if you don't
Okay.
mind. I'm doing it by chapter.
All right.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Removing I-1.
Just removing I-1. Okay? So now, just so I don't lose track, I'm going to skip one. I want to go now to what Chris mentioned before. It's on page 48, and it's also on page 9. On page 9, it's missing. Allow mixed-use developments in BR, BP, and BL. I just want to ask. I mean, do we want to consider BL for mixed use?
Yes.
Okay, so that is missing on page 9.
Yep.
So if we go back to page 9, you will see allow mixed-use developments in BR and BP. It's missing the BL district on page 9. Okay, you got that?
Yep.
Okay. So I'll make a motion someone make a motion that we add BL to the one on page 9.
So
please.
moved.
Second.
Motion made by Vice Chairman Higley, seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray to add BL to the one on page 9. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So that one's done. All right, let me catch up my notes. We're moving right along, everybody. Okay. So now let's go back, if you don't mind, on page 48 to the other multifamily strategies, which basically is parking.
Yep.
And it's also what, I'm looking here on where's that acre statement?
It's the next statement down. The second page, where is it?
Oh, yes, so it's parking and acres. So if you don't mind, let's do the parking. Which one do you guys want to do first? The
Parking.
acres? Parking, all right. Ginny said she wants to do the parking first.
Parking.
Because there's two things in that one statement, so, yeah, I'm sorry, lost myself, I'm gonna make a note here. All right, so let's, someone else start, parking. Come on.
Why don't we just leave it as is, or just say determine as needed?
Well, I've lived in Enfield a long time, and I know things are changing. Things always change, but Enfield is not notoriously known as a walking community. We don't have mass transit. So if you're going to live in Enfield and work in Hartford, or not work in Hartford, work in Springfield, or work in Windsor, there's no bus service from Enfield to Windsor. You have to drive. And if you have a two-bedroom that's like a couple, maybe two, it doesn't matter. There's two adults in there, and that means there's two cars. And if you only have 1.75 car places, then where's the other 25% going to go? You can't have them on the street all the time, and you can't have them clogging up the public parking spaces. So I'd like to see it changed to 2 parking spaces per 2-bedroom units, and I have no clue what you do with 3 bedrooms.
I agree, because even if you did work in Hartford and you took the bus,
You have to drive.
you would have to drive to the mall to get the bus. I mean, for me to catch a bus, I'd have to walk 1.5 miles on a road that has no sidewalks. So I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And isn't the state higher than what's being suggested here?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, yeah, please.
Okay, so just for clarification, Public Act 2129 does not allow us to require any more than 2 parking stalls per 2 or more dwelling units.
Okay. 2.
I'm sorry.
I'm good
bedroom.
with 2.
I had made a recommendation to maybe consider this at least in the Thompsonville area with the TOD.
Okay.
For your consideration. Just,
Okay.
The lesser amount in Thompsonville.
yeah.
Yeah.
And again, this is just consider.
Yeah, because the Thompsonville area does have bus service. So
Going to
they
have a
can
train
take-
station soon, too.
Yep, and so they can get to the mall to get to the bus to get to Hartford or Springfield. So that's understandable. But where I live, there's no bus service. If I didn't have a car, I couldn't get anywhere.
Mr. Chair,
Yep, John?
from what I heard in the public hearings in both of them, it seems that it was directed, a lot of the parking was directed at Thompsonville because it's so crowded and so forth. And I don't feel that these parking requirements were specific to Thompsonville. I think Thompsonville is by itself. It's got its own development section and so forth. But I don't really have a problem if we just leave it alone for now, and we just deal with it as we do, application by application.
Okay. Anybody else? Come on.
Yes, thank you. I think the 1.75 reduction from 2 to 1.75 is a good idea, mainly because of the changing environment, changing culture, changing thinking of people, plus the way of working. There's a lot more remote workers. So we don't really need to provide for more bituminous area for parking. Environmentally, of course, it's a lot more sensitive when you have more. So given the current business, social, and environmental conditions, I'm in favor of reducing it.
So you're in favor of keeping these suggestions? So it sounds like we have 2 so far. We'd like to raise at least one part of it to 2, and we have 2 others that like the suggestions. I'm looking, yep, Ken?
Yeah, I'd like to increase it to 2, because I think we heard a lot of feedback on parking issues in the Thompsonville area in particular. So I think there's a lot of consternation amongst the public over this particular change, and I think it, during snowstorms, we heard from the one landlord who talked about the snowstorms and there's no place to park, and now you're going to reduce the number of parking spaces available. So it kind of doesn't seem fair to me to that particular area. So I'd be in favor of increasing it to 2
Okay,
from the 1.75.
okay. I'm looking here, I've got a couple people haven't, any, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'd just like to address some like misunderstandings about this. One, there are people that commute to Hartford and Windsor without cars by bus. I do know. I actually take the bus regularly with somebody in my neighborhood who walks a mile and a half to the bus stop. So there's not necessarily a choice or voluntary. Cars are expensive. Parking's expensive. 1.75 versus 2 is not very ambitious, honestly. There's many municipalities who are looking to actually eliminate and have already eliminated parking requirements. What we're talking about is minimum parking requirements. So the misunderstanding with the public is that these numbers were set. Nobody can ever go above them. We don't have parking maximums. There are some cities that do. Ours does not. So nobody is stopping developers from coming here and saying, we want our residents to have 3 spaces each. That's not what this is saying. This is just the minimum. And there are many who, and as we've seen from applications, there are developers who come in and provide more parking than we require of them. And as far as parking availability, parking parking regulations, like in Thompsonville, street parking, these are things that can be addressed via regulations that are outside our control. So if our town wants to better manage our parking via parking permits, parking fees, or whatnot, we can do that via the town level without mandating every single developer to just provide excess parking. So I just want to get that on the record that, I understand there's a lot of misunderstandings about what minimum parking requirements are. So I'm in favor of keeping it at 175 because, frankly, it's negligible, and any slight improvement we can make is positive.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Limo or Commissioner LaFakis, any comment? Commissioner LaFakis?
I'm in favor of 2 parking spaces because many times developers look at a minimum and they set that as their goal. We can make an adjustment based on an application. So that doesn't tie us to that particular number. But even in a 1-bedroom unit, you may have two people who are driving. In a 2-bedroom unit, you may have 2 people driving and some children. So it's not absolute, even the way it is.
Yeah.
But to make it a short story, I'm in favor of 2.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Limo? You know Thompsonville well.
I think the 1.75, leave it the way it's written. For Thompsonville?
Okay. This is Townwood. This is not just for
You
Thompson.
said Thompsonville.
No, I asked you. You said you know Thompsonville well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is for townwide. This isn't just Thompsonville. And again, don't forget, this is just a guide, everybody. This is not the gospel.
But
No.
Yeah, I understand.
Like Nick said, that's what they go for, least amount.
Then we got to think about more pavement. If we, increase the parking amount.
What is our regulation now?
You want at least, but there's always a balance of too much pavement, runoff.
Based on the Public Act, it's 1 for a studio or 1-bedroom and 2 for 2-bedroom and above.
Yeah, so basically all we're saying here is instead of 2 for a 2-bedroom, we want to make it 1.75, which is a small decrease.
Or maybe consider reducing parking requirements.
And that Public Act, if we stay within the Public Act, it's mentioned in here.
Yeah.
Can't require more.
You just can't require more.
Can't
right?
require more, right.
But it seems to me, and I haven't really frankly been dialed into this issue, not that I've avoided it, but we seem to be obsessed with like a number, a specific number, and a 0.25 and a 2 and this kind of thing. So a default might be kind of simplify things, make the statement a little bit more general, and just say, I think as Laurie said, just change it to something like consider reducing parking ratios where such reductions would help to serve comprehensive goal objectives, in locations or for uses where it might serve. Because I think that's really kind of what you're saying, is that in certain specific cases and instances or locations, for certain purposes, it might make sense to do 1.75. In other cases, you might want to. Some cases, you might even want, more.
Exactly. What if the multifamily is elderly complex? Multifamily of
Older
elderly
adults.
people
In a
who don't need any
POC
parking spaces.
In a POCD, to get down to this level of specificity in terms of a ratio, 0.25 is the difference that we're kind of angsting about.
Yeah.
It seems kind of just silly to me in a sense, and I don't mean to disparage people, but it's a lot of sturm and drang over something that's really not necessary. Just make a general statement in there that you want, as part of your POCD, to take a look at and to consider reductions in parking ratios where it makes sense to serve other comprehensive plan goals and objectives, and leave it at that. And then come back when we do reg amendments, and it might be lower for some uses or combinations of uses. It might be, higher for others.
I like that.
I'm looking for consensus here, because that's what we have to do here tonight.
I like it.
I like that.
And right now, it was headed like a 4-3, and we can't have 4-3s
Well,
tonight.
Lou, Mr. Chair, like I was saying, what if
Yeah.
the multifamily is proposed
Yeah.
for elderly people
Yeah.
that don't have a lot of cars,
I totally get it. So is there,
right? That they may not want to drive, or they,
Well, they definitely have different parking requirements.
I believe you mean
For
older
elderly
adults.
older
Older
adult. I'm sorry, I forgot that new word. Older adults.
Older adult.
so it looks like there's a consensus, I'm looking around here, to basically strike out kind of like that whole algorithm and to come up with a more generalized statement as far as alluding to the parking requirements townwide. Again, we're not just talking about Thompsonville or Hasville or anywhere else. So does that seem to be the consensus? I'm going to put a line through this. Now let's help Matt develop the statement that we want to put in its place.
Exactly what he said.
I have one. I have one written. If you want to hear it, I'll offer it up.
Good. Yeah, whenever you're ready, Matt.
All right, Matt, you got the floor.
Consider reducing required parking ratios in locations and/or for uses where such reductions will help to accomplish comprehensive plan objectives.
That sounds pretty comprehensive to me.
Sounds very good. What he said.
Yeah, that was good.
Now, should that be a separate bullet, or do you want to leave that in other multifamily strategies?
We have to take out the 1 and 2.
Yeah, we're going to take that all out, yes.
Okay.
So do we want to have that as a separate bullet, or do you want to leave that as part of the other multifamily strategies?
I think we could make that a separate bullet, because the other issue that's in that
Okay.
is.
Yep.
They're both multifamily strategies.
Right, but
Yeah.
two separate.
I mean, we could actually just say, such strategies include but are not limited to reducing the multifamily minimum size to whatever that's going to be, and reducing the required parking, period.
Well, to be honest with you, I think we kind of like what Matt was said.
Yeah.
Okay, you like that?
But we can leave it in there. We can leave it in that section, but we'll add Matt.
Leave it
Right,
in there.
yeah, because it's got to do with multifamily anyway.
All right. So is there a motion to accept Matt's statement that he gave to us in the part of the other multifamily strategies?
So moved.
Removing removing the whole statement and reducing the required parking, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right?
Yep.
The motion made by Vice Chairman Higley, seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray, to remove that whole part of that alludes to parking.
Add Matt?
What Matt said.
No.
Yeah, where it says, and reducing the required parking spape, blah, blah, blah. Yep.
But add Matt's, whatever that is.
So the final language is going to read what Matt said.
Yes.
And you have to look it up.
And that'll be done on page 9 and 48. There's a motion made and seconded. Is there a discussion on that part of that statement? Because that's.
Could you tell me who made the motion?
Motion made by Vice Chairman Higley, seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray. So we have more in that statement, but
Yeah,
that's
I
the
got it.
parking part.
I just
Any discussion on
ran
that?
right.
Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
The record show is unanimous to replace that parking part. Now I'll let staff catch up. I see Georgie's, let her catch up. I want to go ahead.
That was a big statement.
Yeah, it was. Matt, Matt, thank you. Very nicely done.
They
Thank
come from
you.
the planning world, they know how to word them things.
Yes.
We're
wants out.
we're lay people.
It's getting late.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is a separate bullet, right, underneath it?
Right, separate bullet.
Yeah,
Okay, not.
it's a separate bullet.
So now let's.
Can't say that anymore either.
So now let's go on to page 9 and page 48. We need to talk about the acres. Again, that's another one where, I'll read what it says. Such strategies include but are not limited to, which is fine, reducing the multifamily minimum lot size to 5 acres. So I'm open here. So I'm open to suggestions. I think it was certainly brought to our attention that there was some people that thought that 5 acres was, too low.
What is it
We're
now?
60.
What is it?
60. So my personal opinion, Mr. Chairman, I think 60 is too high.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
But
yeah.
probably 5 might be too low.
Right.
So, but I'm interested in everyone's comments and see where this is going to go. So whoever wants to start first, here's another one where we're just going to kind of like see where we are. So who would like
Mr.
to start
Chairman,
first?
Just in the memo that I sent you, I gave you some current acreage requirements.
Yeah.
Just for
Yep.
comparison. So assisted living is 10, continuing care is 30, senior residential housing is 10 acres, the multifamily housing is 60 acres, but we do have a multifamily housing district with single-family detached structures, which is 20 acres, and then a large flexible residential housing, which is mixed residential with 15 acres residential and, large flexible residential housing is 25 acres, and that's supposed to be a mix of residential and commercial and industrial zoned property. So it's supposed to be kind of like that border development. So just
Lori.
some samples. Yeah,
Yep.
yes.
Laurie, I believe your memo also talked about the units per acre requirements, because to be honest with you, while everyone's up in arms over an acreage amount, those units per acre are more of the controlling factor
Right.
over the development.
Right.
Yep.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And
That's
that,
density. You're talking about density, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
So like Bigelow Commons is about 29 dwelling units per acre.
Right.
So that's pretty high.
And
So
you got height there
Well-
as well.
housing for the elderly is 16 dwelling units per acre. An R33 zone is 1 per 33,000 square feet. 44,000. R44 is 1 per acre essentially. And multifamily housing is typically about 10 dwelling units per acre.
Even if you thought about it in a sense of 5 acres, with the other codes and the other requirements, how many units you really can put on 5 acres?
Well, I mean,
Because of the lot,
Yeah.
it's not like, we have a height requirement, right?
currently,
So then you have, the density per acre.
Mm-hmm.
So that really gets your number, like Don was saying.
right?
If I can add to this, and because a lot of time and thought went into this. So right now, you have a 60-acre requirement, a minimum requirement for multifamily, and you have a 10 unit per acre. You're basically inviting a 600-unit development.
Yeah.
60 acres is a huge land cost to cover. Therefore, you're going to have to maximize your units. Therefore, a development coming in on 60 acres is going to be really, really large. Now, I agree, 5 may be too low. 10 is probably the right number.
That's what I was thinking.
The fact is, to get a reasonable multifamily development at 10 units per acre, you probably need a starting point of about 10 acres, of about 10 acres. And ultimately, I mean, height comes into play, design comes into play, coverage comes into play, all these different things, but 10 acres is probably the place. And once again, just think about it. 10 acres at 10 units per acre is still only 100 units. And I know some people will freak out, it's 100 units, but the fact is most developers today doing multifamily need to get something closer to 200 units to actually make the developments work. So these numbers sound low, but at the end of the day, they're really not. And it's the units per acre that are controlled.
Thank you. Thank you, Don.
I also like to see amenities on these properties for the residents to take up some space as well. I mean, that's part of the application, but amenities,
Yeah.
there should be amenities.
So we're down to
Yeah.
acres,
They
so
have to, so-
you heard Don's suggestion of maybe 5 might be too low, and he thought 10 might be a good number. Does anyone have any
I like 10.
10?
I like 10 too.
Yeah,
I
go
was
on.
thinking of 30.
Right.
Ginny, 30.
Okay. John?
I'm at 10.
Kenny?
I like 20. I don't know, I just like 20.
It's like a contract negotiation going on.
It's like a compromise. I mean, our consultant's recommending 10 and,
Well, there's 4 of us at 10, 2 at 30, and 1 at 20. Again, it doesn't work. So,
How about Christian and?
no, they don't, yeah, what would you guys like, but they can't, it doesn't really count, yeah.
I mean, I would definitely go the lower the better, 10 at least. I mean, I would just I mean, we've clarified the definition of multifamily housing. We're not allowing for any of what's called missing middle development. So, and I just want to clarify here, the POCD, and maybe this is intentional, but the POCD doesn't specify the multifamily zone or development district. It just says multifamily minimum lot size. So are we going to be hampering ourselves in small scale residential development? Like anything under 100 units?
It's like an
Go ahead, Jim.
The 60-acre designation that we have now is like an overlay district. You have to come to us with 60 acres, and then we decide whether it's doable for a multifamily or a subdivision or whatever you want to use the 60 acres for. But it's not like R33, R44. It's not like that. It's a separate, I call it an overlay district. That's the best way I can describe it.
But the POCD as it's written now doesn't actually mention that
We do not mention it.
overlay.
And you got to keep in mind the amount of units per acre all the time. So if you go bigger, you're just going to get more units per acre.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
you got to keep in mind the amount of units per acre, and then everything else that's required on that property. Parking, amenities, dumpster areas, so there's a lot that goes to it.
Yeah.
I mean, the more you require, like we're saying, the bigger developments you're going to get. I think we should be encouraging more that even small scale development, make that possible. And we're not going to make that possible with 60 acre.
No, 'cause nobody, it's too big.
We're not going to get anybody to
Nobody's
build
gonna develop it.
a
No,
Don't have
10
any
unit,
parcels over 60
condo
acres.
development on 60 acres.
right.
Yeah, the 60 acres was probably put in there not to have any development, Chris,
Yeah,
and no
it was
one's,
put
and no
there
one is,
to
I
shut
don't think
down the
anyone
It's
here.
like a silent, that was
Right.
like a silent moratorium.
Yeah.
Yeah, silent
And I don't think
moratorium.
anyone here, I haven't heard anyone here proposing.
Yeah.
I
But
think-
but I just want us to be conscious of
Yeah.
allowing that
Yeah.
smaller scale multifamily development, because again, as we talked about, multifamily is 3 units or
3 or
more.
more.
But as planning and development, overlooking these projects as they come in, we're not going to let somebody build a box and that's it, and jam it as many apartments as they can get in there.
Right.
It's going to have to be nice.
Yep.
It's going to have amenities. It's going to have electric car chargers. It's going to have everything. So it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get as many units as they think they're going to get, because it has to be nice. And that's up to us. We're the Planning and Zoning Commission. You're not just going to come in here and put up a square box with some vinyl siding on it and call it a day. I don't think anybody up here wants to see that. Or anybody in town.
All right, so let's get back. We're negotiating here acres. So we have,
So,
yeah.
I said it. So the big driver is encouraging development of multifamily housing. That's the big driver to lowering the acreage, correct?
Of nice multifamily housing.
Well, but it doesn't
can't
say
say
nice,
nice.
it says multifamily housing. But you're right. Yeah, you're
Nice.
right, You're right, yeah.
This is Enfield.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Yeah, I think we all recognize the 60 is way too high, and it's going to large development, if there is even 60 acres left in
Or
town.
maybe 10's too low.
Maybe 10's too low, maybe 10's too low.
Yep. I have a question that might help sort my concerns. We're talking about multifamily housing. How are we in anywhere in this document, do we discuss changing the height of our buildings?
No, we haven't.
No? Okay, so it would still be, if it were houses, it would still be 2.5 stories tops? But if we don't have a definition for height on multifamily?
I'm trying to remember, I think that there might be some alternative heights for the multifamily, but there's written specifically in the multifamily regulation, which I don't have.
Don't we have
with
some
me
different
right
heights in Thompsonville?
now.
Yeah, let's,
Yeah.
Yeah,
let's,
yeah.
Different heights in
Yeah.
Thompsonville.
on the questions, let's be orderly.
Yeah, I just, I thought we're open discussion.
Well, kind of, but let's just be orderly. We don't want to, can't have two at once. So Ginny had the floor.
So in theory, we could have taller buildings on smaller land, correct?
If that's what you want to create.
Okay.
I mean, again, these are just suggestions, and again, no matter what it is, you're going to have to consider your bulk and area requirements, your density, how many units per acre, your density. The development itself is going to be dictated by the size, how much wetlands there are, whatever buffers we create with the bulk and area requirements. I mean, the world's your oyster at this point. I mean, you could modify it however you deem
Okay.
fit.
Thank
that
you.
If you feel it fits the town.
So since at this point,
Kieran's up.
oh, pardon? No.
Kieran.
Kieran.
The height requirement, I thought also change as you go farther away from your property lines, setback required. As you go farther back into your property, you can increase the height.
That is true with certain parts of the regulations.
Right.
So so in this, I want to try to get us back to this. So since there is no 5 on this particular issue, why don't we just say, such strategies include but are not limited to reducing the multifamily minimum lot size? No, people want acres, okay? No.
I like 10.
No, people want acres. I threw out a suggestion to not even mention what the acreage is, and nobody's buying it, so it's gone. So now you have to come together, everyone. We need 5 people. And we'll stay here to midnight.
That's okay.
So we're going to need 5. We got 4 people at 10.
Laura, can you get
1
some
at
more
20.
sandwiches, please? We wouldn't be here till midnight.
We got 4 people at 10, 1 at 20, and 2 at 30.
That's there too.
Cookies.
Go ahead, I'm just going to keep score.
We have 4 at 10.
No, we don't have.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, we do?
So I got Karan, Frank, and
I'm
John.
not moving.
No, that's
Who,
okay.
who else was, who was the fourth
Oh.
on 10?
John,
And who was the other? I got Karan, Frank, and John. Who else voted for 10?
me.
Oh, okay. And then I got 1 at 20 and 2 at 30. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
We'll just sit here until someone
That's
comes
fine.
up with another alternative.
I don't have anything.
So Chairman,
Yes.
Chairman, it sounds like 15 is the ideal compromise.
I agree.
No, I'd go to his 12.
What a mediator. You're the best. You're the best mediator. He's a good mediator, isn't he?
Isn't going to work. Not going to work, Don.
Uh-oh, 15
15 does not work.
All right, we're at 10.
All right, so why 10? What do you like about
I think I laid out, like, because of how the development, everything else that gets plugged in. You know, and you have a nice, not crazy big or too tiny of a place.
Can't say nice.
Well, yeah, we can say nice. We're the Planning and Zoning Department. We're the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Mr. Chair.
If Mr. Limo wants to say nice, that's his business.
Well, I know, but you can't say nice in here. You can't say, we'll give you 10 acres
Right.
if you give us a
And
nice
amenities.
development.
Right,
Well, when they come
Still
before
going
us,
to have regulations.
yeah.
we have regulations.
I'm just saying, you're still going to have regulations that's going to dictate what
Right.
you're going to get as far as a product.
Right.
Yep.
And I think people, when they come up here, they really come up with their best foot forward to try to impress us with their remnants and their models, and we look at everything. We just did Artioli's garage, and we talked about the facade, and we, you know, I
Again,
mean,
but
come on.
that was that particular landowner's willingness to be able to
No,
do
but
that.
we talk about those
It's
things.
also in an overlay district.
Yeah.
All right.
We didn't tell them.
No.
to do it.
Well, if you're going to go make a presentation before your local planning and zoning commission, are you going to go in there with something nice, or are you going to go in there with something not so nice?
Well, we've had some ones that haven't been not so.
And they don't get approved.
Well, that's not good. All right, we're going off the rail here.
I was going to just say, we have the regulations for amenities for multifamily houses, so I think we have that covered.
Yeah, me too.
We have that bar set.
Me do
for-
too. So let's just get back to acres.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Continue.
Several developments, multifamily developments in this town that exist that are under 10 acres currently. And they're small multifamily developments consisting of 30, 40, 50 units. But in my opinion, that's what attracts people in the smaller apartment complexes. A lot of people don't want to go in those larger ones that are 150, 200 unit multifamilies and so forth. So, I mean, they're there now, they exist, they work, and some of them are much smaller than 10 acres, but they do work. And so I think 10 acres is sufficient.
All right, so I'm thinking of the St. Adalbert's apartments, right? That's multifamily. I'm not sure how big that property is.
Not 2 acres.
It's not 10 acres.
It's T-ville, though.
Well, yeah, but, just as an example.
Yeah.
Okay? And then, how about Blair Manor?
Big piece of land,
What?
big piece of property.
Big is,
Under 10.
Blair Manor's under 10. Because I didn't know how far they went in the back.
A lot of it's wet in the
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
lot of it's wetlands.
John?
The apartment complex across from JFK.
Yep.
Yeah.
Across from
Darrow Road, Darrow.
That's not that big either. There's probably, 50, 60, 70 units in there?
Yeah.
That might be tenant, but it may not be.
But I'm thinking houses. You're just saying apartments on 10 acres? Not houses?
This is multifamily, that's what we're talking about.
Multifamily is what you're talking about. So whatever that,
Keep your mic on,
And-
please. John, keep your mic on, please.
It was on.
No, it's off. It's off. Keep it on.
I just turned it off.
I know, no, you're not getting picked up.
And Mr. Chairman, if
Yes.
I may, I know there's we're all thinking about apartments here, but these developments, and I know we heard from the public a lot about condos. We're not dictating the type of housing, whether it's rent or buy. Well, that's not what we're dictating. So I think everybody's imagining, a 100 unit, or 100 plus unit, big apartment building, which I think a lot of people want to avoid, but we're not allowing any smaller options. So if we're pushing this lot size bigger, and as we've stated with these existing examples, like 10 acres, or we have multifamily, very reasonable multifamily developments on much less than 10 acres. I mean, nobody's looking at those and say, those are terrible. So why are we going to make it much harder in the future? Like 10 acres is like that's a pretty high bar already.
Well, Nick,
I agree with you, Commissioner D'Antoni. Unfortunately, I think there is a segment in Enfield that does look at those developments and thinks they're wrong, unfortunately. And that's why we're having an issue with the affordable housing piece, period. John, could you do me a favor? You did this before because I'm a visual kind of guy, and I asked you once, the athletic fields at Enfield High, when you come down the hill, so you're down the bottom of the hill. So from the hill to the railroad tracks, how many acres do you think that parcel is?
It's got to be bigger than 20.
Okay. So you think about it, say that's a 20, let's say it's a 20 acre. So I think we all know Enfield High, right? We all know the athletic fields. So that's a 20 acre parcel of land. Just to give you a visual of what we're talking about here, that's 20 acres, so 10 would be, half that size. Just so you could put it in perspective of what the size of the land we're talking about here, acreage, which is only one piece of the development of multifamily housing. We have all these other restrictions. So I just wanted to make that point. Go ahead, Mr. Lima.
We were making some comparisons. Nick, Enfield Commons, right in your neighborhood there on the other side, that one's been there forever. That's got to be, what, that's 510, that's small.
That's small.
That's been there for a long time. Nobody even knows it's there.
Avenue.
Nobody even knows it's there.
Right.
Been there forever. How big's that, John? That's small.
1972, I think that was built.
Yeah, if you ask anybody if there's any apartments, so they would say, what are you talking about? There's no apartments there.
And there are a couple of complexes off Brainerd Road.
Yeah, you don't even see.
Yeah.
Or how about Brookside Village? That's over in the corner of Enfield. You can't even see it over there. You have to get to that going through Long Meadow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
you wouldn't even know it's there.
yeah. Another one.
Yeah, it's another one.
So if we were at 60 acres, how did they get approved?
60 acres, I think, has come on late.
Mayfield.
Yeah.
Mayfield.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mayfield. Jose Geithner was the planner at the time,
Yeah.
and the gentleman approached him and Ray Warren and a couple other people, and he wanted to build a development, but a big one, high-end,
Yeah.
lovely apartments with amenities, and but the people were the public kind of got wind of it, and they were kind of concerned about having that many. At first, it wasn't 60 acres, it was just going to be a small amount, but they wanted massive buildings. And so they set it up so that he had a 60-acre parcel, and they set it up so that 60-acre parcels were what was needed to have the requirements to build a Mayfield-type apartment complex. And there's only 5 or 7 parcels in town that have 60 acres.
Well, yeah, I was going to
So
say.
that limited the amount of Mayfield you could have in
We haven't done that
town.
many then.
No, you only had, well, Bigelow is one too that they did a special thing for, but Mayfield is a one-timer, and they wanted to make sure that they were the only ones around.
I believe that there was still a multifamily moratorium in effect at that time, and Mayfield came in with the special, with that special application to kind of circumvent the moratorium, say, to make it, if it was large, that he get it approved, it would be allowed.
Yeah.
So, but it was subsequent, to the moratorium that was put on in the 80s. That's when the moratorium was.
Oh, no, I know.
Okay, I could go with the 10.
There you go.
All right.
Go with
Got
what?
one more moves there. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Helinski. Commissioner Helinski, thank you.
You're welcome.
So there
Thank you,
seems,
Ken. We can leave early.
I thought we were going to get more sandwiches.
so there seems to be consensus to raise the minimum lot size to 10 acres. All right, is there a motion to change that to 10 acres? Motion made by Commissioner Helinski, seconded by Commissioner Majumdar to raise that statement from 5 acres to 10 acres. Is there any discussion? I know you two want 30, but the 5 of us want 10, so,
Okay,
You
you
know,
got your 10.
yep. So, in discussion?
Nope.
All right, all those in favor of 10 acres signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The record showed it was 5-2 to raise that to 10 acres. Give me a second now, since we stayed on that, I don't want to lose my spot. So that's a change on page 9 and 48, George. From 5 to 10. Okay, going on page 48, on page 9 and 48. Again, down at the bottom, creating a permitting process that is swift, simple, and certain. I think we all want that. So I'm going to give a shot at what I think that statement should say at this point. Create a more efficient permitting process. Consider creating a template listing and reviewing minimum zoning requirements. Take out the whole sentence of specifically reduce over-reliance on special permit uses for simpler and predictable applications. Just take it out. Historically, Enfield relies on special permit uses and public hearings. I think we've heard that loud and clear, and we need to take that whole middle sentence out of that statement.
Where are
That's
you, Mr. Chair?
Page 48.
Yep.
Creating a permitting process that is
Okay.
swift, simple, and certain.
Okay.
That's also on page 9.
And can you just repeat your edit one more time? For
Just
our
remove
recording
that whole
secretary?
sentence
Oh,
that
remove
says
it.
specifically reduce over-reliance on special permit uses. Just take the whole statement right out. Commissioner Majumdar.
Yeah, I think I'm in favor of keeping parts that are simpler and predictable. Because
Okay.
I want the applicant to understand that, yes, they can do business in Enfield and will have an answer within a predictable time.
Okay.
It's a simple process.
Okay. So how about create a more efficient permitting process that is predictable, that is simpler and predictable?
I like it, thank you.
So I'm going to start again. So let me read what this should say, and we'll certainly want more comment. Create a permitting process that is swift, simple, and certain, period. Create a more efficient permitting process that is simpler and predictable.
Got it.
Okay? All right, any more discussion? Is there a motion to change? Motion made by Commissioner Majumdar. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Helinski. Any discussion? Yep, Commissioner Limo.
Yeah, so, we've seen this come up a couple of times here in this document, and I wasn't on the POCD, but I know there's some members here that were. I'm wondering what drove this and why it got on in the document so much. There must have been some good reasons to see this in so many places, and maybe somebody could explain that.
If I may explain, I mean, at the end of the day, the recommendation came from me through the process of working through with the steering committee. At the end of the day, I hold very strong feelings on this that, we misplaced the special permit. The fact is, when you guys make a legislative decision and adopt a zoning regulation, you confer rights to a property. And when it's a site plan use, right, then you're basically saying that if it complies with the regulations, height, setbacks, drainage, coverage, so forth, that property can be developed as is. It's no different than the building code. How many inches, deep does a footing have to be, and so forth, based on frost lines. It either complies or it doesn't comply. So a permitted use is an as-of-right approval. It must be approved. And unfortunately, in our zoning system, we've done this thing where we've put a bunch of discretion into that. And we've said, we're going to hold a public hearing now and let the public speak. And I'm not opposed to the public speaking, but what's the public speaking about? Does it meet the height requirements? Yes. Does it meet the parking standards? Yes. Does it meet this? Yes. All the other stuff that gets thrown in there actually doesn't apply. Now, that said, in the context of this process, I went through this in detail. I went through demographics in detail. I went through population loss, job loss. I went through permitting processes throughout the process. And 9 out of 10 times, the committee looked back at me with crickets when asked, what were their comments? What were their feelings? What were their thoughts? So a lot of the drafting of this was a struggle. And I'd go back to the committees multiple times. Please give me feedback. They'd talk about commas. So that's how this ended up in there. And I will still, to this day, as I did in comments submitted to you, stand behind the fact that you really shouldn't be having public hearings on site plans. But if that's what you guys do and you want to continue doing it, do it. But the fact is, it's, there's no discretion there, and you're creating more headaches than you need to. So
Thank
you, Don.
understood. That was a good explanation.
Yep.
Maybe we're not doing the right thing. I don't know. I just, thank you for that, though, because I was wondering why it got here, how it got there with a steering committee. And
So I made a suggestion. Is there any more discussion on this? Is more discussion? If not, then someone needs to make a motion, because I'm not going to make a motion from the chair.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Higley. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by, Vice Chairman Higley, seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray to change that sentence basically the way I stated before.
Mr. Chair, I'm a little bit confused because you had already made a motion for that change.
No, I made a suggestion.
No, Maj Madar made a motion, Helinski seconded that,
Oh,
and you were in discussion. Your next step was
that
to
was
vote
discussion on the
it.
motion.
oh, I'm sorry. See, I've lost track.
Right, so we're discussing, that's why, so that's why.
No double motions.
Under discussion on the
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh.
You're right, Frank.
Under discussion on a motion,
Yeah.
that's why I asked the question, so we know, are we doing the right thing? Because this got to us in a heated discussions. People were, maybe they misunderstood. People were upset about it and thinking we were doing something wrong. Now the consultant that we hired that did this for us is saying, Town of Enfield, you're putting a bigger burden on developers or land use people to come to do their projects. You're making it harder.
Yes.
And maybe it wasn't relayed right to the people on the steering committee, to the people in the public.
Well, let me give you, if I can give you an example.
I just want to make sure, because it's been a hot item, let's face it.
Let me give you an example.
Go ahead.
Let me give you a perfect example. When Win Stanley came in front of us for the Bacon Road project, we decided to have a public hearing on it. We didn't have to, because it was a site plan review, but we had a vote, and the majority of us wanted a site plan review. I am really glad we did that.
Right.
That was very beneficial. We got public input, and Win Stanley got more public input, and they didn't have to make some of those changes to their application, but because we had that public hearing, they heard, and they did make some changes to their application, which might not have occurred if we didn't have that damn public hearing.
And we're still being sued.
Well, we're being sued by one person.
Well, I mean, nobody's
We're
happy.
always going to be sued.
I'm just,
We're always going to be sued, Frank. So anyways, that's why we do public hearings in some
I
permits
get you. I'm
when
just saying.
we need to do them. There's a time when we need to have the public participate with us to be part of the process.
I thought it was a good thing that we did that, but it didn't help.
Well, I think we got some things from Win Stanley because of the public hearing. They were listening loud and clear, and there were some things they did that might not have came about if we didn't have the public hearing.
Yep.
Yeah, it helped,
absolutely.
for sure, it helped, yeah.
So anyways, there's a motion on the floor and seconded to change that particular statement the way we stated, which I almost forgot what the heck I said 15 minutes ago, but you got it. So is there any more discussion?
No.
Is there all those in favor of changing that statement signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Let the record, right, I'm not sure, yeah, let the
Aye.
record show is unanimous. All right, thank you. All right, now we're going to go on to the last thing I have for housing is page 49, the ADUs. And that is down on page 49, part of that section 830J, Affordable Housing Additional Strategies.
830G?
830J,
Bullet 2,
so I have 830J on mine.
830J.
Yeah. Right down here.
830J.
I mean, basically, I think we all know
Hang on.
what transpired. I mean, some of
Can
you
you give
guys were
us-
here on the Plan and Zoning Commission. You
Can you give
opted
us
out,
one
the council
second?
opted out. The opting out is not for perpetuity. It doesn't last forever.
Mr. Chair,
We do have to address it.
Staff's a little bit lost. We're not following what you guys are talking about. What page again?
Allow accessory dwelling units through the adoption of an accessory dwelling unit provision in the zoning regulations on page
Or part
49.
of page 49.
Okay?
This is 830J.
You guys find it?
Yes.
Lori?
Just for clarity, 8-30J is the Affordable Housing Plan, not to be confused with 8-30G, the Affordable Housing Appeals List.
Right.
Basically, just to give back history here, the Planning and Zoning Commission and that particular town council did opt out of ADU. Interpretation, I believe, from staff was that the intent with that was to readdress ADUs at a later date.
Yes, it was.
So here we are at that later date here with the POCD, which is going to become our housing plan. So we need to we did hear some feedback from residents about, and especially some counselors. We opted out. How come you guys are even talking about it? We opted out. Okay, well, yeah, you kind of opted out, and we opted out for now. We bought some time, but we still have to address it. So I'm looking at all of you. How do we want to address it? I mean, do we want to just avoid it? Do we want to address it? Do we want to change this instead of say allow to consider? I mean, I'm looking around for some consensus because I'm just driving this bus on this issue. Go ahead.
Is this the second unit on the same parcel?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is not in-law apartments
No,
attached.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure.
This is making single-family neighborhoods into multifamily
Yep.
neighborhoods.
Yep.
That's what this is.
Yep.
To clarify though, ADUs can also be contained within the existing structure. So that can include garage conversions and basement apartments.
Yep.
So it could also include, and we can set that via our regulations,
Yeah, now-
possibly even no external changes.
And it opens, we talked about parking, so now it opens up the parking thing. So now you're going to have double the amount of people in the neighborhood. Where are they going to put their cars?
Yep.
In the street.
Yep.
Yeah, Mr.
I think you
Chair.
know where I think you know how I feel on this.
Yep, go ahead. Commissioner
Mr.
Petrone?
Chair, I was against it then when we voted to opt out of it, and I'm still against it, and I always will be. I'm just not a fan of that. I think it's got a potential to devaluate a lot of other properties, neighbors, and so forth, and create a lot of havoc. I don't like the language that says allow accessory dwelling units. I think it's too strong. It's too demanding.
Right.
At least that's got to be softened up to consider potentially, but
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm looking. Karan?
Yeah, I think consider would be a good idea. The accessory dwelling units have become a necessity of late. What was the proper word? The adult elderly population is looking for living close to or on the same property as the children. Now, if they have the option of having such an accessory building, attached or not, they have that option. So, my opinion, instead of allow, yes, consider would be a better alternative, but not removal.
Okay. Mr. Limo?
On what Commissioner Kieran is saying, well, I'm going to try to say your last name. We have in-law apartments in our regulations
Right.
to take care of that. You don't need these units. You can put an in-law apartment. It's already in our It's already in our regulations. If the aging, what's the right word? Aging people, older people want to do that, you can do an in-law apartment, which is already there.
It's been brought to my attention that possibly we might have problems with our in-law apartment regulation the way it currently stands with the state of Connecticut. So I just want to mention that on the side. We can't force, have to be related. Go ahead, Kenny.
So I like the original statement that I read saying that ADUs would be limited basically to in-law apartments by relatives, you know?
Same thing.
It's against the law.
Nope.
Yep, good. Staff?
Go ahead.
They're not considered ADUs. In-law apartments are separate. They're a different thing. They're subject to special permit
Yes.
criteria. They're renewed yearly.
Yep.
So we can't really consider them a part of ADUs.
No.
So, and one of the differences are that in-law apartments are typically, within a house, and maybe there's a door between the apartment and the rest of the house. And an ADU would be considered actually an apartment and have different building codes because you're actually going to have a firewall between these two if they're connected or above or whatever. Or it's going to be like over a detached garage or something of that nature. But it is a really nice form of allowing just an extra small residential unit to be maybe in a larger yard. My grandparents had an attic that was finished, and somebody lived up there. Nobody ever knew anybody was there. So, and across the street from me growing up, they had a detached garage. There was a little apartment over it. I never saw that guy, and he lived there for 20 years.
Does
So,
help with
you know,
population increase.
it's just, so you can regulate through your regulations as to where and how these could go in. So my recommendation is just to say, consider allowing.
Right.
And do the study later.
And
If I may, I kind of concur with Lori, because I just want to back up a little bit. This is not, this housing part is not just our POCD, it's basically what we're going to be submitting. Well, first of all, I should back up. I should have announced at the beginning of the night that the draft version of our POCD has been approved by CROG.
Yes.
And I am so sorry for not mentioning that before we even started. So the Capital Region of Governments has already found, even before we even started tonight, there was absolutely nothing wrong, and they gave our blessing to the draft version. And I'm sure they're going to give blessing to this. But having said that, I want you to remember that this housing piece that we're working on tonight is also what we're going to be taking out and submitting to the Office of Management and Budget as our housing plan for the state of Connecticut. And ADUs, if I'm not mistaken, Don and Lori probably know better than I, have to be, some mention of them has to be in our, should be in our plan if we want to get approved without being questioned, I guess is my point. So, you know,
Not sure
I
if
don't
it's-
want to remove the ADUs either, because I want to make sure that at least we're demonstrating, whether we ever implement, that we have an open mind. So I like the idea that consider accessory dwelling units, I think satisfies that requirement. Okay? Right? I mean, I
Yes,
think
yes,
everybody understands where I'm coming from? Yes, staff.
if I'm not mistaken, and Lori, correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially it could also potentially benefit the population. You're adding more people in the residential areas. You're essentially increasing the Anfield population, aka young couples, young families, people struggling to find homes.
Can,
Like
especially if
me.
we put them in R88 areas.
Yes, exactly.
That was a joke. I'm sorry.
So when staff was talking about these things above garages and maybe attached to a house, they also can be a single freestanding
Yep.
additional building structure in the yard with, and rent it out to somebody.
Should you allow it?
That's my vision of it.
Right, your pool house. I'm
Right.
gonna rent
My-
it.
Yeah, I don't rent it. I don't rent it, only by the hour.
So I think what we're suggesting here, if I may, is that we just change the word allow to just say consider, and then just leave it at that.
Yep.
And consider doesn't mean anything, doesn't mean we're going to be updating we're not saying here we're going to update our regulations. We're just saying we will consider it. Think of it. This is a planning document.
Yep.
It is not it's not a zoning regulation document.
Yep.
How about the word adoption in that line?
Consider
Through the adoption.
Consider adoption.
Just
Consider allowing is, I mean, as soon as you allow it, you're adopting it. So I would just
focus on the consider part for now.
consider allowing.
For me, Mr. Chair, whatever way you word it, I'm a hard no.
Okay, well, at least you're
I'm-
being
I'm a
honest
no.
and straight up
Right.
front. I
Yep.
appreciate that. Thank you. And I understand, this is a tough issue. That's why I saved it for last.
I'm a hard no on it.
Yeah, I saved it for
Opening up
last.
Pandora's box with this.
Yeah,
Yep. No way.
I understand, but you have to understand too that, you know, whether you like it or not, the state of Connecticut is getting more involved in zoning, and they're going to get more involved in zoning.
They
and
have
it's-
already.
And there's going to be more. There's going to be more.
Right, they're
There's
trying
gonna
to
be-
take our authority away. Local zoning boards, that's what they're trying to
I've been
do.
screaming about it for years,
so-
nobody listens.
So, I mean, we have to kind of, comply where we have to.
Well, after Avon and Summers and places like that do it, maybe we can look at it.
I totally understand where you're coming from. So is there a motion to add the word consider allowing?
So moved.
Motion made by Chairman Higley. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Secretary Petronella to change that sentence to say consider allowing instead of just allow. The motion made and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Raising your hands. So let the record show it was 6-1, excuse me, 5-2.
I'm sorry, 6-1, 5-2.
Did we vote yet? I voted no.
Yeah.
I said no.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah, and I said
5-2.
no.
All right.
Yeah, 5-2. No, Linda and Frank.
Linda and Frank, I'm a hard no with that.
I'm a hard no.
Always have been.
Hard no.
All right, I'm done with my notes on Chapter 5. Anybody else have stuff on Chapter 5 that they would like to see changed?
There was a small item, it's a typo,
Oh, yeah, I got some.
page 45, table 6. Again, the commas are not in the right place.
Yeah, I think we went,
Okay. We're going to do a final edit run too.
Yeah.
So any clerical errors, commas, typos, periods missing, we will catch all that before we.
yeah, I think it's the same table that's in another spot.
Yep.
Yeah.
We
Okay,
got
thank you.
that.
Anything else on how, yep, Mr. Alamo?
Table 9, 48, page 48.
Yep.
It talks about household incomes and what we have not enough of and too many of. So I looked at it, and maybe Don will have to jump in on this. So the way I calculated this, I took the last 3 columns to the right, and it looks like that we have 4,620 too few homes for incomes above $75,000. And we're all talking about lower incomes. And on the other side of the spectrum, we're only minus 618 houses on the lower end of the spectrum. So we're lacking 4,600 houses in Enfield for people with incomes of $75,000 and above. And for people with incomes of $15,000 to $24,000, it's only 618.
But again, Frank, when we talk multifamily housing, we're not talking about just that end of the spectrum.
I'm just
We're
going by
talking
what's in
about-
this PLCD.
I know, but we're talking, no, when we mentioned multifamily housing, that could be Mayfield Place.
This is, right, this is household incomes.
Okay.
This covers everything, right, Don?
Yeah, could I actually just say what
Yes,
you said
yes.
a little differently?
Thank you.
At the top end, you have a lot more income than your housing is valued at. So those negative numbers at the top end aren't saying that you need to build a bunch of housing. It's really kind of saying you have a bunch of wealthy people that could afford even more expensive housing. So then it's the bottom end of the scale, below 25,000, where you said there's 600 and X, persons. That's where the greatest need for affordable housing. If you go back to the housing needs assessment that we did for the steering committee, that made clear you're not going to solve affordability at below 25,000 through the zoning regulations. So where this housing strategy is aimed at is the 80% AMI range. And that's right up in your, 80% AMI is 79,000 or something. So, you're serving the middle class through an 80% AMI affordable housing strategy. And that's in compliance with 8-30G and in compliance with the state stuff. That doesn't mean you can ignore, the need down here at the bottom. But the strategy at 80% AMI is targeting $70,000 in income, so.
Okay. So it doesn't mean Enfield lacks 4,000 homes of the higher end.
No. I mean, in some ways, yeah. I mean, you could accommodate more expensive housing. You have people that can afford it.
Well, that's what it
But
says
what
here.
but what it's really saying is you have people that haven't overspent on housing that have good incomes.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Yep, no problem. Thank you for asking.
Okay? Anything else? All right. Anybody else have anything on housing? I'm going to take my time here because I want to make sure everyone has their comments and concerns in. I'm going to take my time on this one. Yep, Commissioner DeGray.
Just one thing, on page 49, there was something here. Oh, never mind. It was about the ADUs, Mike. I was
that's all I have.
trying to do this
Yeah, I understand.
while reading it online
Yeah.
and doing this, so,
No, understood.
okay. All right, never mind. We correct.
Anybody else have anything on housing? Entertain a motion, Mr. Secretary. I'm looking. Entertain a motion to approve this chapter 5.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Chapter 5, Residential Housing and Housing Needs, as amended on pages 48 and 49 and corresponding to the Planning Strategy Summary, page 9 amendments.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Helinski. Motion made by Secretary Petronella, seconded by Commissioner Helinski to accept this Chapter 5. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Louis Fiore,
Approve.
Virginia Higley,
Approve.
Linda DeGray,
Approve.
Francis Alamo,
No.
Kiran Majmudar,
Approved.
Kenneth Helinski,
Approved.
and John Petronella is approved.
Thank you very much, everyone. Let the record show that passed 6-1. Now we'll move off to Chapter 12 that I skipped over before. So on Chapter 12, the only thing I had was just a couple of corrections that need to be made because we made some corrections. So what I had on page 94, I think you brought this up earlier, Linda. Page 94, matter of fact, I only had one correction on that. On page 94, on residential development, where it says allow multifamily housing, it should be allow multifamily housing in the BR, BP, and BL zones,
And take out that one.
and take out the I-1.
Then also,
Let me make sure they got that. Yeah. Yeah. And let me know when you're ready for the next change. And also allow mixed-use developments in the BR, BP, and BL zone. That's all. Anybody else have anything on that, in that chart?
Mr. Chair, just
Yes.
on that chart,
Yeah.
6 boxes down where it says town, the column that says town, it's a manager.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, give it another A.
Yeah, give it another A. Good catch. Did you see it?
6 box down?
yeah.
The town manager's in the manger. There we go. Is there anything else with the charts?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would
Yeah.
propose one of the strategies we added back in the
Hold on.
natural resource. Oh,
Can you start again? I couldn't hear. Thank you.
Yep, one of the strategies for improvements we added to the natural resource protection and conservation section.
What page is
So
that on?
Page 93.
Yeah.
In the last section, climate change conservation.
Yeah.
For consistency, we should add climate action plan implementation.
Yep. So on page 93, there's a new box has to be created under the climate change conservation.
New box?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
for, go ahead, Chris.
Yep, climate action plan.
The climate action plan?
Okay.
I guess we'll have to come up with the colored. I'm gonna say probably as far as where it falls under, probably Conservation Commission and Town Council. If I had to,
In the manager's office, I would think.
manager's office. Yeah, that's not really in our jurisdiction. And I think the color is priority.
Yeah. You probably want to do medium or low priority just due to the time it takes to do a plan.
So we'll do.
That's not to say it's not a high priority. It's just an item that's going to take time.
So we'll give it a medium color, if you don't mind. Is there anything else with this chapter? Thank you, Chris, on that. Anything else in this chapter? So is there a motion made to add the box under, for climate action plan or climate change conservation? And under residential development to fix those 2 boxes for the multifamily and the mixed use. Is there a motion to change?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Helinski, seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray. Any discussion on changing those boxes here in this chapter? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Is there anything else in this chapter?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Page 95, in the infrastructure section, I would recommend in the second box, expand this, actually, no, I would say, let's just add a new box to expand bicycle path network.
Okay.
I was thinking about, I think it should just be a separate box. New row. New row.
Yep.
Yeah, probably match it up with maybe the sidewalk network. So make it red, falls under town council, public works and engineering.
Yeah, that would be, well, it's not really town council, it's engineering.
Oh, engineering, public works. Or just engineering.
Engineering for now.
Okay.
So is there a motion to add the box to infrastructure to expand bicycle paths, but make it the same color as the sidewalk network and make it engineering to own that one?
So moved.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just to clarify, did you check off any commission boxes, conservation, town council, PZC?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Georgie.
Did you check off any of the boxes that you wanted to include or just the engineering?
We did. We did.
I didn't catch it.
So which one, the climate action plan?
No, for the bicycle path.
Oh, bicycle path, yeah, engineering,
Oh, that's it. Okay.
that's it. And public works.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, engineering and public works. With the same color as the sidewalk network.
Okay.
So the motion was made? Motion was made by Vice Chairman
Second.
Higley and seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray. Any discussion on adding that box? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The record showed it was unanimous, 7-0 to add that box to Chapter 13. Anything else, everybody? Anything else on Chapter 13? Mr. Secretary, I think we're ready to accept Chapter 13. Or, no, Chapter 12.
Chapter 12, yeah.
Apologize, Chapter
Mr. Chair, I'd
12.
like to make a recommendation to approve Chapter 12 of the POCD implementation with amendments made to pages 90, 93, 94, and 95.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Helinski. Is motion made by Secretary Petronella, seconded by Commissioner Helinski. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Louis Fiore,
Approve.
Virginia Higley,
Approve.
Linda DeGray,
Approve.
Francis Salimo.
Approve.
Kiran Majmudar,
Approved.
Kenneth Helinski,
Approved.
and John Petronella is approved.
Thank you. I had one other item that I'd like to suggest. I'm not sure if it's feasible or not, but I think that in the map book, if we could add the Parks, Recreation, Open Space map from the 2011, because I don't think anything's changed in the last 13 years or 12 years, so it's probably pretty accurate. And I think that that could be added to the map book or as an appendix or something.
Okay. Okay.
We'll,
Yeah, we can
we'll
do
look
that.
into it.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Okay. Is there, do we need to, should we, know we're doing it.
You should do a motion,
Yeah,
yes.
so make a motion for that?
So moved.
Commissioner Helinski has made a motion to put somewhere in the document the 2011 map of Parks, Recreation, Open Space. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Since it's not a
Aye.
chapter, we don't have to have a roll call vote on that. It's a part of the map book. That's all I had. So now we're basically down to the final one. We have adopted by 5 votes all the way across the board to each chapter of this. So now I think the secretary should read the adoption of the total POCD.
Mr. Chair, real quickly, I do have one last request that
Yes.
came through, because you guys were talking about the elderly terminology. For the Social Services Department, they have suggested that for the entire document to change the wording of elderly to actually have it say older adults instead. That's based off of the Connecticut Age Well Collaborative, which promotes vibrant communities for populations that have a high demographic of older adults. And also because changing it is beneficial because it's like an example of biased language for the elderly or senior or even the aged. And it can also be used against other adults, and it can, the outcome can pretty much be poor outcomes for older adults by using age biased language. So that was a suggestion from our Social Services Department.
Okay.
So
So the suggestion would be to change?
to change to any wording in the POCD from elderly, elder, or anything like that to older adults.
Older adults.
Yes. To go forward with our changes in the social
Is there a
services
motion
department.
made? We'll do it by motion. Is there a motion made to change elderly or elder to older adults throughout the
moved.
document? Motion made by Vice Chairman Higley, seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray. All those in favor of allowing staff to make that global change, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The record shows unanimous for you to go ahead in the document and make that global change.
Thank you.
Older adult discount.
So now I guess we're ready for
Or the senior
the,
discount?
for the final vote. Is there anything else before we do the final vote?
No, I did, you actually don't have a motion to approve the entire document, but you can just say motion to approve
Yeah.
chapters 1 through 13, but also we do have to set an effective date.
Yep.
Excuse me, we have the motion for the planning strategy summary.
Oh, yeah, we haven't done that.
At the
So,
be-
not, we're not there yet.
Okay.
And I don't know if you want to address that tonight or not. I just had it in case.
Okay.
Well, we
So-
have another hour.
No, we don't.
It's up to you.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to put that off till next meeting, you think? Well, we'll put that off to where you feel it's appropriate.
Well, it's up to you. I mean, we can discuss it, but I figure we get through the POCD first.
Yeah, let's get through the POCD. Absolutely. This is a regular motion to approve the 2023 POCD.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2023 POCD dated December 30th, 2022, with a revised date of January 5th as amendment made this evening, March 30th, 2023.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Secretary Petronella, seconded by Commissioner Helinski. Discussion on the motion. Commissioner Higley.
I just wanted to say how hard everyone's worked and what a great document we've managed to compile, and I'm very proud of it, for the most part.
Thank you.
Me too.
Thank you. I'd like to just state that, first of all, I want to thank Don. Where did Don go?
He's there.
behind
Don, I
the
want
black
to thank you,
curtain.
Don. It's been, I've had some good collaborative conversations, and I learned a lot from you, so thank you so much. I do appreciate it. I know all the time you spent on this, and staff, I know how much time you guys spent, and the people who are on the commission, I don't have all the names, but they put a lot of time and effort, some of them, and the commissioners here. And I know Karan and I got on here January of 2022, and the past commissioners, and all the effort that everyone put in, Conservation Committee, Inland Wetlands, ZBA, Economic Development. I mean, it's cross-spectrum. We're at this point now. We're going to have this vote. Hopefully, it gets approval from everyone, and we'll move on. This gets committed to what? Office management budget? This gets, yeah,
Oh, Office of Policy and Management.
policy
Yeah.
management, okay, yeah.
Right, so, well, why don't
We
you
haven't had a
finish
vote
the
yet.
motion?
Yep, let's vote on the motion.
We need a second still.
No, it was
Oh, I
second.
made the second.
It was second by Commissioner
Oh,
Helinski.
well, your voice sometimes is very soft.
Oh,
Carries a big stick, though.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, Lou Fiore,
Approve.
Virginia Higley,
Approved.
Linda DeGray,
Approve.
Francis Alamo,
Approved.
Kiran Majmudar,
Approved.
Kenneth Helinski,
approved.
and John Petronella is approved.
Thank you very much. Let the record show it was approved unanimously, 7-0. So, again, thank you all. This document's getting moved off. Job well done. Now we move on to the housing and various other things. We have to set this.
You
yeah.
need to set an effective date, and we need time, and the consultant needs time to make all of these modifications and edits. And we have to, we're supposed to supply this to OPM by May 30th, which is in 60 days. So I would make that the effective date. That's my recommendation.
So is there a motion to make the effective date of this document May 30th, 2023?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Helinski, seconded by Vice Chairman DeGray, to make the effective date of this on May 30th, 2023. I think we should do a roll call on that too, John. I'm sorry. You got to be exhausted.
That's all right. Okay, Lou Fiore,
Yes, effective date May 30th.
Virginia Higley,
Yes.
Linda DeGray,
Yes.
Francis Salamo.
Yes.
Kiran Majmudar.
Yeah.
Kenneth Helinski.
Yes.
And John Petronola is yes.
Again, thank you. Is there anybody else with any kind of closing comments on POCD?
Good job, guys.
Again, thank you all. Thank you all
Great
for tonight. It
job,
was fun.
congratulations.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion made by Vice Chairman DeGray, seconded by Vice Chairman Higley to adjourn at 10:15. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a good night. Don, thank you, Don. Take care now.
Thanks, Lou. See ya.